I remember when I was 12, my parents and I, we took a tour at the Walt Disney Animation Studio in Orlando. And it was wonderful to actually see an animation studio. But however, it was apparent that the secrets that they have was definitely elusive to the outsider. Because here as a tourist, we were behind a plexiglass, so that plexiglass was pretty much like a solid metaphor for like that veil as mystery. But so flashing forward, I still wanted to learn animation, but just it was impossible at the time, because in order to learn, you would have to go to out-of-state university or a private college or even overseas, and it was virtually impossible for me at the time. Earlier last year or so that I started to take animation courses, and I'm telling you, I have seen so many online animation courses, but there was always still that veil of mystery. Flash forward to this year, I came across AMB's YouTube channel, AMB Real Animators Training, and I was blown away. I just couldn't believe, the knowledge that he was putting out there, the lectures that he was doing. It just pretty much ripped that veil of mystery off the face of the earth. And the thing that really sets his archive, his online lectures and stuff apart from everyone else is the basics. That's the one thing that a lot of the books, a lot of the online animation stuff lack, was the extreme basics, And when I started on that archive, I started understanding the spacing, the timing, the arcs, the slow in, the slow out. And with each exercise, it builds up on each other. And as a result, I start seeing, the arcs. I start understanding and timing things in my head. And it was just so fascinating. And because of that, it just helped revive, my lifelong desire of learning animation. And it just made me so happy that I'm able to pursue and to dream of becoming an animator. So thank you.
So, are you going to join the library?
Hello and welcome once again to another edition of AMB Animation live stream. Alright, this stream is all about you guys. I'm here to serve you guys. I'm going to be looking through the AMB Animation growth, development and progress community wall and picking out some posts and helping people, commenting on their work, answering the questions to the people who have appeared on the chat in the YouTube. So any animation or art related drawing questions you have for me, I'm going to be answering those. This is very much a community stream. I'm going to enjoy doing this, and I'm going to say hello to the people who are making themselves known in the chat. We have got the Art of Starflame. That's a new name. I like it, Starflame. Cameron Allen Davidson Black is here. The Art of Starflame subbed and liked. Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether you are male, female, or any of the others things that are now around, but thank you very much. Either way, I very much appreciate your support. We have now got Mo Junior Tunes Animation, Red Fox, Benetton, and Akirasos. Thank you. Right, so hey Red Fox, how are you doing? The other Red Fox. the persistent one. Right, so we're going to be going and looking at your work in the community group, and this is going to be a good stream because I'm going to be showing you some tricks on how to study at home, how to study certain things at home, because some of these posts in the you mentioned about perspectives. Yes, I will be doing a more dedicated stream about that at some point, Cameron, to help you out with that. There's a lot to get through in this. I might talk a little bit about it, but I don't think, a little bit will be enough to really help you move as forward as I'd like. I might dedicate a stream to that. All right. Let me now switch over to the other screen, and we got double mic at the moment. Let's have the mic on. Now, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looking at the Growth, Development and Progress group on Facebook. And I will tell you a little bit about how you can be a part of this community. We've got 4,000 people in this community, so not all library members, but so it's open for all to join. Library members predominantly like to post, but anybody can join this group, but we have a strict posting policy. The posts have to be related to your work. They have to show that you're trying to better yourself. And you have to also explain what it is, why you've posted it. This isn't a like, share, and subscribe group to litter your, half-hearted trash, for want of a better word. This is a serious group, right? If you want to promote, you want to do some cheap self-promotion, then have the balls to start a business and invest in ads, okay? This is a group that I've dedicated, worked very hard to build, and it's still active, and we've got people consistently posting in here. Dylan Doster, I am going to begin with you. First up, Cameron, this is much better. You're making an effort. Watch your spine. Watch what your spine is doing in some of these as you're trying to get these blind drawings working. So this is good. I'm glad that you gotta, I would like you to analyze these drawings, Cameron. Once you've made these drawings, I would like you to analyze and write notes. What do you think about the tibia and the fibula and the way you've drawn the foot there? I know you've drawn that, but is your proportioning good? Does it look right to you? I want you to ask yourself these questions while you're doing these drawings, Cameron, so you can analyze them yourself and make notes to yourself about what you... Okay, let's look at the ulnar joint here, Cameron. What do you think about the ulnar joint in this drawing? What do you think, not the ulnar, sorry, the humerus bone and the ulna, and in relation to the radius? What do you feel about that and the hand of this particular bone structure in relation to that? I want you to really, really get self-critical with your work, because you have the knowledge, Cameron. You're drawing all these separate bones and trying to fill in all these. You clearly have the knowledge. You're drawing all these bones from imagination. So you know what they are and you know where they go. But you need to now ask yourself, is the width of my femur bone good? Does my humerus bone and ulnar joint, is the ulnar joint behind the humerus, or does it come in front of the humerus? Where does the joint, how does the joint of that hinge, is it a hinge joint? What does it look like? So you need to really, really start getting analytical with yourself as well, Cameron. Dylan Doster, butt muscle studies. Okay, now Dylan, I mentioned this to you, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to show you, because although you've been through the training library and you've done it with the bones, I don't know how much of this you've done, but this looks like the typical Instagram, crappy Udemy course kind of way of studying, right? So you know better. I know you know better because you've done the bones this way. So I'm going to refresh your memory right now. and I'm going to tell you how to go about doing this so you don't get off track. So I'm not going to do it from every angle, so let me just open a Google search. So I would like you, okay, in the chat, those of you watching who have got a sketch pad with you right now or a laptop with you right now, let's do this together, okay? If you just want to watch the screen, that's good, but let's do this together. So in the chat, I'm going to type here, I'm going to type gluteus minimus, origin, and insertion. If you don't know the names of all the butt muscles, right, you just first Google all of the butt muscles, right? But if you do know, like, then you can just start, right? So I'm starting with gluteus minimus, origin, and make sure you write origin and insertion. Okay, so I'm not going to do the usual view, like I'm going to take a drawing here, right? That's good for me, right? And this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to just quickly, right? So I am going to be quick, but I'm not going to, I'm going to take the opportunity to educate myself, right? So what do I know? I know about the sacrum bone, right? So I'm going to create a sacrum. Let me just check my stream health. Is my mic working? Are we all seeing what I'm doing? Yes. Okay, because now I can't monitor the stream, right? So I'm going to now know that this, if you don't know, if you're jumping onto muscles without bones, I highly suggest you do bones. But Dylan, you know the bones. So we're going to be doing the iliac crest hair, right? And you can make these drawings as detailed as you like. I'm not gonna hang around too much, but so I'm gonna kind of say that this is where the sacrum is, right? So I'm refreshing myself, you know, even though I know this, what the sacrum bone is, you know, the sacred bone in Latin, sacrum. You know, some mythology consider it to be the head of the serpent, right? So there's so much to be said about this USB port style. I'm getting all woo-woo on you now. So basically, you got the sacrum bone here, which is the base of the spine. We've got some of the lumbar vertebrae, right? So while I'm doing this, Dylan, take note that although I've done it to focus on the gluteus muscle, I'm doing reps right now, right? I'm doing reps. I'm reminding myself of skeletal anatomy, which, you know, most of you who study it probably study it once or twice and then never revisit it, right? And you're missing the trick, because what happens when you start to draw and have fun and draw your own things is you tend to forget, and you tend to forget placement and things like that. Okay, so we've got this. Now what they've done is they've cut away this drawing that I'm looking at. It's a drawing. It's not obviously not a photograph. They've cut away the bone of the iliac, so you can see that this is a deep muscle, right? We don't see this muscle. Now why learn about a muscle that you don't see? Well, that's just the kind of way that the real animator, in my opinion, my system says, okay, if you know the names of Game of Thrones actors, or, you know, whatever series it is that you're watching that's hot right now, then you really should know you really should know about the human body if you want to be an artist and you want to draw humans or animals. Right, so now in line with that, I've noticed that this is the gluteus minimus, right? So the gluteus minimus sits here, and underneath there they've got the actual ilium bone going into the pubis bone and the ischium bone. So this is what we call the ischial tuberosity. So I'm focusing mostly on the things that I know at the moment, which is the bones, right? So what I would like you to do, if you don't know bones and you're watching the stream, I would like you to focus first on the bones, right? Because the bones is where the muscles are attached, right? So that bit of the ischium comes around there, which connects to the pubis bone, right? So now I'm going to focus on this particular part. So this is the head of the femur bone, what we call the greater trochanter, right? So we're going to quickly just rough that in. So that's the greater trochanter bone. Now, this is where we're getting into the into it. Now, on the top of this greater trochanter, head of the femur, femoral head, whatever you want to call it, right? We've got our, and I'm going to make the brush fat. We've got our gluteus medius, right? So I've gotten all kind of intimate. I've spent a little bit of time, right? I don't know how much time, but it's enough. You know, if you sit down and watch a show on Netflix and you binge watch, you've spent time on that show. You've given your energy to getting a better understanding of a show and getting frustrated by the show or enjoying the show or liking the show. If you are wanting to use your energy for something more productive and getting better, then I highly suggest you do this, right? So here we have our gluteus minimus, right? Now what they're saying is the gluteus minimus, meaning the small gluteus muscle, right? It inserts hair and its origin is inside, just against the side of the iliac crest, which is going to be underneath, and they're already writing on top where they've cut away. Underneath there's going to be a gluteus medius, right? Gluteus medius, right? So I'm going to want to find out about this gluteus medius. So here's what I'm going to do, right? I am going to change the color. Well, no, I'm not going to change the color. I'm going to change my drawing color, right? Let me change this into this kind of red, right? That's better. So now I'm going to get a blue like this, or a darker red. Let's get the darker red. So now I'm going to say gluteus medius origin and insertion. Gluteus medius origin and insertion. And I'm going to look for a similar angle, right? Okay, now I've got a computer graphic model, right, of a gluteus medius muscle, right? And it's a similar angle, but it doesn't, it's quite difficult, but I'm going to use my imagination a little bit here, because now I can see that around all of hair, right? Around all the hair and coming over the gluteus minimus is the gluteus medius, right? And it's all attaching to the same femoral head point, right? It's all attaching around there, over there. Now I might be wrong, but I'm just looking. I can do some research later, right? There's a tendon here, right? There's a tendon, so the muscle's attaching to that tendon, right? So this is where my gluteus medius is coming, right? So I'm going to kind of just make that out there, and I'm going to give that a little bit of a shade on top, right? So this is, now we've got gluteus medius. Right, now Dylan, I'm going to go right to my friend who's going to destroy you all. Right. So I'm going to talk to myself now, and I'm going to say, isn't that interesting? Let's pretend that this is the first time that I was learning this muscle, right? Yeah, like it's the first time I've just named all of the bones. But let's pretend, right? I'm going to say, isn't that interesting? both of them attach to the femoral head. Both of them originate on the side of the iliac crest and the ilium, and the gluteus medius is larger obviously than the minimus, and it goes on top, right? It goes on top. It goes over the gluteus medius, minimus, right? Now there are other even deeper muscles beneath the gluteus medius, but when minimus, but we're not going to talk about that. Now I'm going to go to the big boy, the one you wanted to know about, Dylan. I'm going to go to the gluteus maximus, right? The gluteus maximus, origin and insertion. Now I'm going to find me a similar angle of this bad boy, right? And let's just look at this. So this is another kind of this is kind of like a this is a drawing, right? So I'm now going to get me a black, right? A big heavy black, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to look, and that's going to go all the way down the side to this point here, right? All the way down, right? So it's going to come all the way, and it's going to come around over the top of these muscles, right? And it's going to come over down the side, and it's going to move further down to the side of this bone, and it's going to encase those muscles, right? And that is all there is to it, right? Now, so I've kind of just from one angle, right? And the real homework is to do this, not do it like this from multiple angles. This is what I call familiarization. Familiarization. You want to learn? You got to get familiar with it first, right? You don't, none of this like looking at these drawings and just doing a detailed shaded drawing or whatever. I've just familiarized myself. The gluteus maximus, right? What a name for a butt, man. I am gluteus maximus. I coat the gluteus medius, who is my younger brother, who in turn coats the gluteus minimus, my baby brother, right? So he sits on top, right? So, and it covers the whole sacral area, and it comes over and inserts itself down the side of the femur bone. Now I've become familiar with that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm not going to do any more serious, like this was me being quick, but I'm going to be even quicker, and I'm not going to be particularly nice, right? I'm going to be scruffy because I've got to move on and just illustrate a point. So now I'm going to start saying, okay, I know that there's I may never need to draw the gluteus medius ever, right? But the fact is I understand, and this is it. You know, I think there's a scriptural quote about let him who has understanding, right? You know, if you have anything, have understanding. You must have understanding of something if you want mastery of it, right? Whether we draw this or whether we incorporate it in our drawing is a different matter, but it will make you feel like what it is security, right? Everything about mastery is security, control, power, and confidence, right? That's why people can just draw without thinking because you're not fudging it. You totally know your anatomy. You know what you're talking about. You know what you're doing. So whether we really do the gluteus medius, actually, I've made a slight error here. You do see a little bit in my knowledge, and this is why I say this is just the start, right? Because in my knowledge, you actually see a bit of the minimus, right? A bit of the minimus is visible. The maximum, the minimus, not the minimus, the medius. A bit of the medius is visible, right? So that's why we got to move on to another section. So what the whole point of this particular drawing is familiarization. Now, just because I'm familiar with it, it doesn't mean I can draw it from any angle. It doesn't mean I understand it. As I said, while making this drawing here, I was looking at these things and I got the idea that this goes on top of this and this goes on top of this. But what do we really see, right? So I'm going to go and I'm going to say gluteus muscles group, right? And I'm going to go and have a look at what I find about that. Now, I find a drawing here, right? And this is the last drawing I'm going to do on this, but you should ideally be filling at least, let me see, you got a sketchbook, there's 3 muscles, you should be doing 2 pages for each muscle, so 2, 4, 6, you should be filling 6 pages of your sketchbook on the individual muscles, and then the 7th page you should do group them together, right? Lucky number 7. So, but I'm just gonna I'm just giving you an idea of how to study this at home, right? Now we're gonna kind of see how it really works, because this is me trying to physically understand the separate muscles. But we're gonna see. Let's go and see how it really works. So let me come here and let me say, okay, I've got my sacrum bone right here, right, which is just this kind of shape, right? And we're gonna come in here and draw the head of the serpent, right, which is the sacrum. We're gonna put in our iliac crest. So again, I'm using this opportunity to again revise my understanding of the sacrum bone, even though I know it, and I know it well, in more ways than one. But I'm just going to show you a healthy way for you to really progress. And mind you, I'm giving this information to you as my audience, but I know that only a few select group of you will actually commit to this information, will actually do it, right? Some of you may go away and buy a course. You may go away and spend on a course and think that because you've spent money and you've done that particular thing, that it's somehow really good and it's going to help you, but really it isn't, right? What really helps you is free. Like the air that you breathe is free, right? It's free, and you take it for granted and you're not going to use it. But some of you who do breathing exercises and meditation know how to maximize the air that you breathe, right? So those of you that were watching this YouTube video that are going to kind of see what I'm doing here, you're going to get a better understanding. You're going to do this, and you're going to do what I said about the sketchbook as well, and then bingo, you will grow, you will learn, you will have the power. And the very least you can do is go click on the link in the description and donate me and say thank you, sir, for helping transform my life for practically nothing, right? So anyway, right, so I'm going to put the gluteus maximus here, right? So this is the gluteus maximus. Now here I can see the gluteus medius working around here, around this part of the bone. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna make more detailed study of these shapes. So along the iliac crest, right, is where we have our gluteus medius. So we do see, as I said, when I was working this out, I gone and coated everything as I was looking at that one angle, but I knew that we see the medius, right? So that's why I'm acting like a beginner for you here, so you can know and understand how you're going to self-teach yourself, how you're going to guide yourself, all right? How you're going to, that's what real animator training does. That's what my library does, right? I kind of expected, I mean, I like to talk to Dylan in a closer way, because I have a bit of a relationship with him. I have never met him, but he's a library member and he's invested his time and he's completed a lot of the courses. So I kind of had hoped that you would have done a bit more, Dylan, because you're only depriving yourself, right, of the opportunity to really, really learn, right? These dodgy, stupid things that you see on Instagram and Twitter with these kind of digital artsy colored in muscle drawings. I mean, they just kind of flex that, yeah, I'm studying anatomy, man, but are you really studying it? Are you really getting into it? Are you really actually taking it in? Are you gaining understanding from it, right? So here we've got our gluteus maximus, and I'm going to write that G max, and then I'm going to write that there G med, right? And then you would do this from a side elevation, right? You do this from a side elevation, from a front elevation, and you'd work all this out. Just out of interest, I'm just going to go in here. We got the piriformis, right? Which I know about, because even if you don't study anatomy and you train in fitness and sports and martial arts and stuff like that, you'll learn about muscles like the piriformis and things like that. So I'm just going to say that under the iliac, under the tibial tuberosity, we then have another group of muscles underneath all of those. And here, the reason why I've done that, right? So here, right, you can see. So this is the piriformis, right? So we know that this is coating around the femoral head, right? The head of the femur. So these are kind of coating around that bone. Now around there we have what we call the gluteus minimus, right? So the first muscle that we studied there, the gluteus minimus, exists there, and that is what's coated by this guy here, right? The medius. So this is the G min, right? So this kind of hopefully will set you on a mission, right? It will set you on a mission. You can do this for any body part, right? You can do this for any body part, right? And just to point this out to you, right? I often get lightweights watching these streams saying, I don't want to be a doctor, man. Well, you don't want to be a doctor, okay? But I'll tell you what you want to be. You want to be shit. You want to be a bad artist. You just want to copy anime. You want to be like one of those kids, like when you were 6 and when you were 7. I want to copy my favorite anime, man. Yeah, man. I mean, go away. Okay, this is real animator training. You want to get to a masterful level, you got to think like a master and be like a master. This is the most relevant thing you can do to yourself when you are learning how to animate and how to draw, because you can draw anything from any angle. Just as a quick demo, I'm gonna do something like this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. All right. So I'm making some kind of quick sketch here, right? Now you could say, well, anybody does that. But I'm telling you that I know exactly what and where everything is, right? So I can make a shape like this, and I can come in here. Boom, we've got a trapezius muscle coming in here. We got an upper trapezius muscle. Then we've got a middle trapezius muscle coming down here, and the large strap, which comes on what we call T12, the 12th thoracic muscle, right? Then we've got around coming on here. This is where we're going to talk about our glutes, right? We've got our thoracolumbar fascia. We got our sacrum bone coming round about here like this. Round here we got latissimus dorsi, right? We've got infraspinatus and teres major. We've got rear delt. We've got lateral delt, right? We've got long head of the long tricep, right? We got the medial tricep, right, which comes here. We got the tricep tendon coming down here like that. We've got the rear deltoid coming here, the teres major coming here, latissimus dorsi coming to the side. Now here's the iliac crest. So this is where the glutes are going to be, right? So I know here is going to be glute medius, right? And then here along this side is going to be glute maximus, right? And they're going to be coming down the side here to what we call tensor fasciae latae, which Dylan called TFL, right? TFL, Transport for London, right? So then we've got medial lateral vastus lateralis, gastrocnemius, right? Soleus, right? Coming in here. You know, I could talk about the in the foot, extensor halachus longus, extensor digitorum longus. You know, we've got all that stuff going on there. Again, we've got the other glute maximus going on here like this. External oblique will be around the side here like that. Coming in here, you got your frontalis muscle here. You got the mandible, which is also, the mandible, the jaw muscle, the buccinator coming in here, the orbicularis oris, right? The levator, the depressor, the zygomaticus major, the zygomatic minor, you know. So, you want to tell me about, I don't want to be a doctor, right? I'll tell you the power is you can draw anything you want without any bloody effort, and you can turn that into cartoon and it'll be proportionately accurate. You'll be able to do whatever you want, however you want. That is power, that is strength, that is real animator training. That's the way it works, right? So go away, it's free, you've got Google, you don't need no shitty Udemy or whatever anatomy course. You can go and do this stuff online, right? And there you go. So hopefully that'll help get you on your way, my friend Dylan. Now we're going to go and look at something else, and I can see there's a lot of discussion going on in the chat. And I'm going to come and read that discussion afterwards. But before we do that, I'm going to talk about this here, because this is really cool. I'm going to jump down a bit. So you will remember, now this guy Travis Handworker, right? He's not in the chat, but he was one of my, when I had this group, when I first started Real Animator Training, I had a group on Facebook, a private group that I may start doing again to certain people. I might start doing accelerator courses where you deal with me for like 7 days straight and I take you through an accelerator 7-day course, right? I'm thinking about it. This guy, he joined what I called my inner circle, right? And he spent most of that time on the inner circle doing what? Doing this, learning anatomy. So much so that his nickname became the Doctor. All right? His nickname became the Doctor. And some of you will know that when I go to my when you go to my website, right? So when you go to my website and you go to the Real Animator Training page and you say you want to join, right? You see his work right here. Someone who joined my training library and then made their own short in 3 years, right? So I've shown you, okay, you say, well, you're the professional, you created the training course. What about us people who you say you are just like you? Well, here's this guy. Here's this guy. Now this is 3 minutes 26 seconds. He paid a few people to help him. More power to him, right? But the animation and everything is all him, right? He paid some people to help him paint the backgrounds and get it all done. But this is all him. This is all his work. You know, this is my favorite section. This area here. Isn't that lovely? Isn't that great? It's so fulfilling for me that I've helped inspire somebody who's like you, who says he's self-taught, but he obviously, if he joined my training library, I believe he's got access to the world's best training. So there are people coming off CalArts. Let's, you know.
All right, enough of that. This isn't a sales video, right? So the point is, why am I talking about him? Well, he keeps on going from strength to strength, right? Because he's just released another short, right? So I'm gonna watch that. Let's watch his short, right? Let's do that. Let's watch his next short. Let's make it big. So Travis is doing everything that I'd hoped people coming off my course would be doing. And he's now doing what I'm kind of trying to inspire you guys to do, is to start learning the things and having enough skill to create your own great content. I would rather watch that than Adventure Time or any of that Cartoon Network shit, you know. Travis is displaying some real skills now, you know. He still needs to strengthen his drawing skills, which I'm sure he's working on. But he's getting, what I think is evident about Travis's work is he clearly has been using live action reference, but it's not just a simple rotoscope. The man has knowledge, he has understanding, particularly when that creature turned into the bones started coming out of the creature. That had real imaginative timing to it. It had real great timing. It didn't feel rotoscoped, so he used the reference, but he didn't just copy and trace and whatever. So he is really just living the dream. Now, why can't that be you? Why can't that be you guys? So to the people who say, I don't want to be a doctor, I just want to draw cartoons. Travis's nickname when he was in my inner circle And I don't know how many people are. Maybe Mage. I don't think Mage was around there then. Cameron wasn't around there then. I don't know if Akka was here. A few other people. I don't think none of you guys were around then. Red Fox was around. We used to call Travis the Doctor. All right. I nicknamed Travis the Doctor because all he was wanted to do in my inner circle was improve his anatomy. And I might play it to some of you guys I see enjoying Travis. I've got him on a call where he's talking to me about asking me about what he can do to get better. He doesn't feel he's good enough, right? So that's the mentality of somebody who's like doing it. He's going about making his own content. Is it perfect? No, nobody's is. Yes, he would like me if he's watching. He doesn't really watch my streams as often as he used to. Obviously, he shouldn't. I mean, the bird's got to fly the nest, you know. So I'm super happy about that. Another one I'm super happy about is Live Fantasy. Live Fantasy is posting her Lion King, her private Lion King fan animation. She's checked out of my streams now. It's you know, I've employed her to do work with me. She's checked out of my streams now, and that's the way it should be. I'm happy that these guys are moving on and they are starting to create content. So I'm telling you that if you would like to follow Travis's example and follow Life Fantasy's example, then seriously consider backing off from what you're doing right now, which is just copying anime and trying desperately to draw in a style that you like and it never looks right, it's uncanny, it's off, and just learn about drawing fundamentals, learn anatomy properly. I've suggested to you a way that you can start beginning at home, and I've spent 47 minutes of the stream now just on that, right? But I think it was super important that we do that, rather than just all the time draw cartoons and have fun, right? Because I'm here to serve my community. I'm here to help you actually get better. I'm here to help you actually move forward. Right now, before we move on to the next part of the stream, which is looking at more work in there, I'm gonna just read some of your comments because we want to involve some of you. Some of you are talking in the chat. Any questions you want, just ask away. So we've got, I have a question, mainly focus on artworks, but I indeed interested in doing animations. What's the best way to foreshorten joints? If a hand appears closer, how would you draw the arms? Okay, but it's kind of an issue since I don't know suitable software. You don't need suitable software. Learn to draw with a pencil and pen, or a paintbrush, and just treat the whatever program like digital paper. I'm all about, like my friend, I'm not gonna mince my words. I'm loving life right now. I'm loving seeing all these software junkies crying in their sleep, fearing the loss of their jobs about AI art, because to me they contaminated the animation industry. They ruined it. They took it away from people who could draw, and they put it in the hands of mouse pushing morons who have no real understanding of artistry, animation, what real animation skill is at all. So I preach to my people who subscribe to me and follow me or think that I have something of value to say. I say to them, and I say to you, put software aside. I'm constantly filling in. Look, you talk about anatomy. Most of you know what's in here. This is one of my muscle anatomy study books. I draw with a pencil and pen, and that teaches me how to really get thick and thin. That teaches me about line quality. That teaches me about definite decision strokes. Get your head away from software. Software is the toilet basin that you do your business in. You sit on it, you never give it a second thought, you flush it, you wash your hands, and you want to forget about it when you're gone, right? That's what software is to me. It's of no relevance. Leave it to the button pushing monkeys and the AI dependent, incapable artists who need to depend on AI. You want to get better? Don't worry about having suitable software. So please, I'm glad you liked and subscribed, but the last thing I talk about on this channel is software. I'm using out-of-date storyboard software, and I'm out animating multi-million-dollar productions in this little room with this without even doing nothing, just drawing marks. It ain't the software, right? It never is. It never will be. It only will be to AI monkeys. AI monkeys, right? If you're watching this stream, you're clearly not one of them, right? So please just focus on drawing and you'll be fine. Okay, let me quickly give you, again, I'm not going to use software here. Somebody says foreshortening, right? So let me quickly go back here. Foreshortening. Again, you need to know what it is you're foreshortening. I could be like one of those YouTube people who say, okay, right, just layer one thing on top of another, right? Just layer one thing. So this is the forearm, this is the arm, this is the shoulder, right? And then you've got a guy punching the screen, right? Let's say that, right? There's a guy doing a karate punch, right? If Akao the warrior was here, it would be him. All right, so you'll get a lot of people that say, okay, you just memorize certain shapes, right? They'll say, do a shape like this, then do a shape like this, and then shape a little bit on top, have a straight line. Then then they'll treat everything like shapes, right? Really, the punch should be this way, but he could be a Wing Chun man punching with these three knuckles, right? Right. So I could just bullshit to you and say all you need to do is just draw one shape on top of another shape, right? And then have the body there. But let me tell you why anatomy. Let's go back to why anatomy is so important and what makes this what makes this a much better drawing, right? If I start to talk about anatomy, right? So let's say that we have our torso. Now, what's the torso doing? We can work in cubes, right? The torso is turning slightly this way, right? So the torso is turning slightly this way, but we've got a bit of torque, right? So the hips are going to be facing us square on, right? And the torso is going to be turning this way. So before we think about any of that, we think about what our body's doing, right? And then we can kind of create this kind of shape like this, and that's how you'll get you'll get a better understanding. Then you got to think about your hip and shoulder line. Well, let's say he's doing a karate straddle horse riding stance, so his hips are going to be quite level, but his arm is going to be a little bit turning a little bit lower to this side, so his clavicle is going to be coming here like this, and here's where I'm going to find my deltoid muscle group, because that deltoid muscle group comes on top of the clavicle like that, right? So then we're going to have a anterior delt, and it's mostly going to be lateral delt, side delt here, right? Like this, and a bit of the rear delt coming around there, right? So I'm kind of figuring that out, right? And yes, you would be layering things on top of things. But now we got to think about, okay, so the bicep is going to be on the inner side of the arm, right? But we're going to have the lateral tricep head here and the long tricep head here. They're going to be filling in this shape like this. So I'm treating it as a shape, but I'm thinking about what those muscles are doing. Then I'm going to have the tricep tendon, which is going to come hair, right? It's going to insert between those two, and it's going to give me the shape of the forearm, right? Like this. So I'm finding a shape, right? This is going to be the ulna bone. This is going to be the radius bone, right? And then all the other muscles, the extensor carpi radialis longus, the flexor ulnaris, and the ulna bone is going to be coming all around it like that. Now I'm very messy here, but I'm showing you how my brain is working, right? So then here we're going to think about now the arc of the knuckles, and we're going to think about let's make him like a Wing Chun, like he's doing a karate stance with a Kung Fu Wing Chun punch. So if it's karate, it should be these two knuckles here. So let's undo that. See, I used to teach martial arts, so I know what I'm doing here as well. So we're going to protrude these two knuckles and keep these knuckles bare. And you kind of like, they're going to have the insertion points into the fingers, and I'm really exaggerating this for a purpose because I'm just going to make a quick, simple, clean tracing drawing on top of it, right? And then we're going to have a little bit of the thumb coming here like this, right? So you can see that there's a issue with the wrist as I'm working this out, but I'm not worried about that because I'm more concerned about getting my anatomy right? So here we've now got the latissimus dorsi, which attaches to the arm. So that's going to be curling round and going round to the back there like this, with a little bit of the scapula, the teres major coming there like that, right? Here we'll have serratus anterior moving into external oblique, which will come down to the loins here like this. So if his hip is here, then his rectus abdominis is going to be twisting, right? His rectus abdominis is going to be twisting around there. Now the other arm I'm going to put vaguely behind his back. He's going to be taekwondo style, tucking it. Karate would have his fist down here. Taekwondo have the fist higher. So we're going to rotate that right here like this, and we're going to put that there, right? Now we got to think about the head and neck muscles. So I'm going to loosely draw my head here, right? And then I'm going to think about my zygomatic bones, my nasal bone, my maxilla, right? The frontal bone, right? The temporal bone, the zygomatic arch, the mandible, right? Which will come in here. Now we got the sternocleidomastoid, which will be coming here, and we've got the trapezius muscle folding around on that side. All right, so we have got a quick, from imagination, anatomical drawing of foreshortening, which is fairly naturalistic, right? It's a little bit exaggerated. So now what I'm going to do is I'm gonna start to go over this thing. So I know that this is the lateral, this is the forearm, right? This is going to be the ulna, right? Where we will have this coming. Now this is where the tricep is. This is the lateral delt. So I'm going to create a bit of a lump there like that, coming over into the... He's actually overextending his shoulder, so that's a bad punch. But anyway, it makes a nice drawing, right? So you see how my brain is asking all these questions. Sometimes too much knowledge is a curse and a gift. So we've got the latissimus coming here, the serratus anterior, the coming here like this. Let's focus on the... Now, I'm going to put a little triangle here because that helps me find the insertion of the carpal muscles, right? Then I can start playing. We're gonna make this, we're gonna give him big old exaggerated bruiser knuckles, right? Like this, like so, right? So we have that. Now there's still an issue here, so I could start putting bone and things like that there and refining it, but I'm not necessarily going to. Also, if the character has a garment on, like some kind of thing around his wrist, you can do an imaginary garment to make it a nicer shape to help push the foreshortening and make it work nicer, right? So now we're going to have to, if he's doing that with his shoulder, then his tricep is going to be bunched up. So we need to know a little bit about the squash and stretch of the tricep, right, as well. So then here we'll have the abs slightly to this side. Now the abs are going to be torquing a little bit as we start moving and seeing the other section of the obliques come through like that. Let's give him a Muay Thai. No, let's give him a belt. Let's give him a karate belt, right? Let's do like that, right? And we'll have. So again, I'm doing this from imagination, and I did a stream. My last stream is you should always look at reference, right? So I would, although I'm doing this from imagination, I would still rather look at reference and I'll get a better image. The point is it's trying to tell you how to approach the foreshortening, right? So the ear, the helix, the tegos, the anti-tegos, gonna come around here. The brows are gonna be somewhat here, like this. You're gonna have a nose and a mouth. All right. Chin. Will come here like this. The hairline come around here like that. Let's give him a something like this, right? Right, so we have a kind of quick, foreshortened, naturalistic drawing. The hands are a little, this hand is a little on the big side, right? But we can go in and we can refine it. And again, you want to make it more stylized. So let's say we want to make it like stylized. We can do a nice kind of like just pick and keep, right? Keep things looking right. So let's make that hand a little bit smaller there, like that. Right? So that's it in its simplest form, right? That's why I kind of love hand-drawn animation. What I've revealed to you here is the power of draftsmanship of real hand-drawn animators, right? You might look at a finished Disney-ish drawing and think, oh, that's just a silly cartoon. But the very best of us, we understand what goes into it, right? We know what makes a good drawing, and we understand how to simplify, right? So it's actually takes more skill to take a naturalistic drawing and it's exaggerated in such a way that it is simplified. Yes, Black Belt Jones, you are quite right. All right, let's see what's there's a few more comments that are in the chat. So that was the one about foreshortening. I hope I helped you with that, Daydreamer Tunes. As a 2D artist, I know anatomy. I've been personally doing animals, furries, humans, taking courses on big cats, an example, creature art teacher site. Yes, I have many of his students join my library. But the thing is, if that's working for you, then awesome, right? It doesn't matter where you get the information. If you feel that you're growing from it, then that's absolutely great. The goal is that you get as much knowledge that you have, and then you apply that to your own work, and you embrace the outcome. You don't try to be something you're not. Don't try to be an anime like a Miyazaki or a Dragon Ball. Be you. And for a while this happened to me. I didn't like my own look. I say, why does it always look like I've drawn it? As if that was a bad thing, right? But we all feel that way when we've kind of like got our head up somebody else's ass all the time. Now I embrace what looks like my stuff. I'm like, yes, that's original, that's unique, that's me, that's my unique expression on the world. Why the heck would I want it to just look like some Disney hack? You know, somebody who's been forced to draw for a price to keep their drawings in line under the illusion of professionalism. Yes, those guys are good, but I'm hoping to empower you to embrace your uniqueness and to use all of this knowledge to put it towards your development, your personal expression. Gluteus minimus is a smaller version of the medius. There you go, Pedro. No, there's no Discord. There's no Discord on today's stream. James Baxter, who animated Beauty and the Beast 3D scene and A Horse in Spirit, is now simply supervising Netflix and working in kids' cartoons. Look how they massacred my boy. That's his choice. That's his choice. You know, the main thing is you know, worry about yourself more than him, right? He can look after himself. He's got plenty of money. He's doing whatever he wants to do, and he's great, and he's inspired you. Take what he has that's inspired you and put it towards making yourself the best version of you. Gregor, I was watching 1959 Sleeping Beauty. Amazing. It struck me precise. The animation is perfect. Lines later movies with milk cows seem to have really wobbly lines and more loose. I like, yeah, that's different. They're like animators movies, but what I love about Sleeping Beauty is, I mean, the aesthetic is just everything. AMB, what are your thoughts on alien designs, body horror combinations? I'd like to create something. I absolutely love H.R. Giger's alien design. It's become kind of cliched now, but if you think back to the 1979, 1980 when Ridley Scott first made those things, he was thinking outside of the box. It wasn't just little green men. There's a kind of like sexual undertone to the whole alien thing. H.R. Giger's work is very, very sexual, but I guess that's what it's all about. It's about breeding and creation and creating new, what's the word? Bioorganic, mechanisms, and they're trying to. It's all about that. It's all about, the whole thing is about this new species. So he's taken this very kind of gritty, grimy, dirty, very sexual artwork, and he's created this insect-like being out of it, and it's amazing. That to me is still the best alien character design ever. Unfortunately, it's been butchered, and it's been put in so many video games and all this kind of alien versus predator stuff and all that. Predator was interesting, but the humanoid like body kind of made it a little less original than the alien. So the thing is about that, Fia, as you're saying that that's what you'd like to do, that's why anatomy is all the more important. The more different species anatomy you learn, like I don't know insect anatomy personally, but the more you learn, like I went to study horses, and horse anatomy is very similar. Like, let me give you a quick example. So horse anatomy is, you know, you've got this spine which is very straight there like this, right? And the pelvis comes down here, right? And then the scapula, which is the shoulder blade, they go down, right? Then you've kind of got the latissimus dorsi, which again attaches to the arms, right? So you've got like the elbow hair, right? But then they're standing on the wrists, right? And these hooves are like the fused together fingernails, right? So again, you've got like the same thing here. So this is just like a human arm, right? But it's on its wrists and it's on the fingernails. And then here you've got the femur bone, right? The patella bone, and you've got a tiny little, I may have exaggerated that femur bone too much, right? I've made it too dog-like. It's more straight than that. So you've got the femur, the patella, then you've got the little tibia, fibula fused, and then you've got this huge foot, right? So this is like standing on the foot there like that, right? Again, that shouldn't be, I've been drawing too many cats, right? That should be more like that. So again, this is like the thigh, the knee, the shin, and the foot, right? Imagine if it was like Mickey Mouse. Haha, Pluto, right? So so then again here you've got the chest, right? So it's all very human, right? The latissimus dorsi comes here. You got the abdominals, you got the belly here, right? Then you got the thigh muscle, right? He's a thick boy, right? The tail comes down here like this, right? So we've got, and then here, right? You've got this kind of like a massive version of the sternocleidomastoid, which attaches to the, you know, so you've got the zygomatic bone here, and you've got the maxilla here, and you've got the jaw coming here like this, right? I've kind of got a bit detached there, right? So the muzzle will sit on there like that. And you know, not the best horse in the world, right? You could just quickly do that, you know, when you've kind of fucked up your proportions a little bit, but right. So again, the more muscles and bones you know, you can start. So if I want to make a horse-headed man, right, I could like take the zygomatic bone, right, and then I can have that nasal bone come out there like this, right, and have the jaw come in like that. But then I could change it. I could say, okay, well, let's give him a small chest like this, right, with big inverted shoulders, right? So all of this, then the trapezius would fit in here like this, right? Then maybe he'd have a rib cage like this, and he would have large arms, right? So then I would start to think about that, right? Maybe he'd have some. So I'm just letting my imagination run wild, and it's not really anything particularly good. But I'm just trying to let's then have a bird like, you know. So the bird would be, you'd have this here like this, right? Right. So you could play until you eventually found something that was good, not like that, obviously. So you can play, but the thing is imagine if I knew insect anatomy, right? Imagine, so you go away and you research for all of the common things, and then that way you can, and then you obviously you making it up like that, it's shit, right? But if you spend time imagining and fusing bones together and muscles together, you will get really good results, and you'll start to become a really awesome creature designer, which I clearly ain't, right? Don't worry about things becoming memes, right? We don't care about social media memes or whatever. What you care about is what you want to create. If you want to create something because you want to create it, that's great. If you want to create something but you're afraid how people are going to take it, here's what I say to people. Fuck you. Right? I create what I want to create. That's what makes me a real artist. Right? Mentality is a big thing. Separate yourself from the crowd who are begging for attention. Please like me, I'll draw whatever you want me to draw. I'll draw Batman, I'll draw Spider-Man. Oh, what is trending at the moment? Oh, the election's trending. I'll draw one of the candidates of the election. Please, please, please like me. Don't worry about what other people think. Be true to yourself. Be true to what it is. If you want to do humans, do humans. If you want to do... And who are these people considering it a meme anyway? I don't know about them. I mix in different circles. I mix in completely different circles. I've worked as a animation director for Lego. You may have known some of the shows, Legends of Chima. I've worked as a head story artist. I've worked on Lego Nexo Nights. I've worked for Universal Pictures as a story artist on Tales of Despero. I've worked as an animator for countless commercials and shows. I've worked as a character designer. I've done 20 years in the business. So my circles are different, right? So why am I telling you that? Not to blow my own trumpet. I'm just telling you, don't mix with the mob. Don't mix with the lower beings. I don't care how that sounds, all right? You know inside you want to be a higher being. You want to be the highest version of you, right? So don't mix with the trash. Don't think like the trash. Don't fear the trash, right? They don't relate to you. Start looking for people who relate to your higher being. You are who you hang around with, right? Start looking for people who resonate with the kind of... See yourself as the artist, that you're already there. You're already that person. You're already doing those things. And harmonize with that. What kind of people would he be hanging around with? What kind of people would you be hanging around with? What would your friend circle be like? What would your work, what would you be ideally doing if you was the center of attention, and everybody, regardless whether everybody loved your work, they just knew of you because you're so damn good they have to, and you were completely free? What would you draw? Right? There's your answer. Do that right now, regardless of what you think your circumstances are. But if designing an alien is something that you really, really want to do, then go for it. Go for it. Oh, we don't mind about bloody shorts, Mageburger. When I was a little kid, I watched Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings. I wasn't even in double figures, and I watched Boromir getting arrows in him and pulling him out, so all that kind of stuff. My stream isn't for kids because of this, the mentality of today's age. But I make material for myself and for, like-minded souls. So I'm not worried about Travis's video being bloody in any way, shape, or form. Good to see people giving Travis respect. yeah, we've got Frilled Mayfly. We're going to look at her work. I can see her in the chat. You stand by, Frilled Mayfly. She's another amazing library member. Thank you so much, Why Not Tony? He's commented on my shirt. Commented on the shirt. There you go. Mr. Librarian, good to hear you. Good to see you again. I love that name, Mr. Librarian. I have to say, I like that. I'm making my own content at the moment. It's early days. Soon I'll start making more animations. Some time ago, someone tells me the only thing I need to do is comics and a pencil and a sheet to make animation. Maybe more 2 sheets. That's all. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good advice. Is it best to learn skeletal anatomy system first? In my opinion, yes. In my opinion, yes. You can learn them simultaneously, but in my opinion, it's better to work yourself inside to out. Just like the life. Everybody lives from outside to in. They look outside, it makes them feel bad, and they feel bad inside. Feel great on the inside, keep feeling great on the inside, work your way onto the outside, then you don't give a shit. Right? So it's the same with the learning anatomy. Work from the inside to the out, right? Superficial muscles, even when it comes to training, right? I'm a little out of shape these days. It's difficult for a lot of people because they're working the superficial muscles. They're working the outside muscle group, right? So it's not the muscles that show through the skin that enable you to do the L-sit, right? It's the deep muscles. So it's the same with learning how to draw. You see, I always parallel my animation system with the fitness when I used to be involved in fitness. So the animation is you learn the skeleton first because you learn how the body moves. Hinge joints, ball and socket joints, gliding joints, you know, what moves this way, what moves that way. Then you learn where the muscles go on that thing, and then you learn how they deform, they squash and stretch, and all those kind of things. So that's why it's important, in my opinion. Other great animators, and I'm not saying I'm the greatest, I'm the only one you should listen to, you know. I shouldn't have done that. But I'm the only one you should listen to. And no, it's not. There are many other great animators who would say you don't even need to go that deep. You just learn the superficial muscles, and they do great work. It's up to you, right? Me, I've always liked to feel in total control. I've always liked to feel I know, right? I know. I want the truth. I know what would the body really be doing there. I don't care who I fool. Oh, that's a great drawing, that's not a great drawing, or who likes it. I'll look at it and I'll know. Yeah, that's in the right place, that's not in the, and I need to exaggerate that part, right? Yeah, I'm gonna look at your acting, Frilled Mayfly. I'm gonna risk the sound because it's a song. When learning about the gluteus maximus, always responsible regards to the man. Giger's work is amazing, yeah, it's phallic and stuff. Well, most things in this world are about that. I don't want to get into the whole conspiracy theory things about, you know, Stonehenge and, you know, certain buildings and Cleopatra's Needle and what all these things represent, and I could cause a great offense, so I'm going to stop right there. But these symbols are everywhere, you know, even the word circle and what the wedding ring symbolizes. Let me just let you use your imagination, right? Okay, so these symbols are everywhere. So when people look at H.R. Giger's thing and go, oh, it's so phallic and it's all this and that, you won't realize how subconsciously, you know, there was a time when they called this represented the ring around Saturn, and you wore an earring and the god Saturn whispered. Anyway, I don't want to go there. Right, so Which is the heavy industrial spacesuits? Alien 1979. Yes, it's the only one worth watching as far as I'm concerned. I love John Carpenter, but I must confess to not seeing The Thing since I was like 18. I have never rewatched it, so I can't comment. Grayson, Big Trouble in Little China is one of the best films ever made, though. As is Halloween. How would you animate someone walking from top down 3/4 view? Very easily. You learn the basic walk cycle from the front, and you learn the basic walk cycle from the side. You develop the skills to draw in perspective, and you simply animate away. Let me just take that challenge right now, right before we go on to and like I'll build on it, right? So let's just do a cycle, right? Now, I did say to Cameron that I would do some perspective work, right? But I'm not gonna like confuse everybody. So I'm just gonna like create my own little kind of like grid here. Let's say we've got some vanishing points, right? Right, like this. So okay, Cameron, here's a quick thing, right? Don't like this should be videos in itself, right? You got 2 vanishing points, right? Let's say those are the vanishing points. And all our lines originate from there, right? Boom, 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 boom. So that's the ground level, right, of the horizon. Horizon, all right? Horizon, the Egyptian god Horus, and he's rising, and it represents the sun. So the 12 high noon, the 12 hours of the day, the 12 Horus, right? I don't know why, I just feel like saying this to those of you who are interested. He takes 12 steps and he gets to high noon, right? The Egyptian god Horus. So that's why that's called horizon, and that's why you got 12 hours in a day. Right, anyway, so that goes up right like that. Boom, 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 like that. Boom, boom, right? And obviously when the sun sets, the evil god Set comes and kills Horus, and that's why it's called sunset. Anyway, right. So I thought Frilled Mayfly might like to hear that. So anyway, right. So basically, Cameron, you can also have a 3-point perspective. You can have a vanishing point up here, right? And I can start putting lines like this, right? And that vanishing point will then enable me to go along these things to create this extreme forced perspective of like things like that, right? So that's 3-point perspective when you want to do high angles, and you can do it for low angles as well. You can have a low vanishing point. You know, we can have the same thing, right? Coming like this from here, right? Going into the floor. So it would be going here. We need more vanishing point, more coming. So see how kind of like rough I'm being with this thing here, right? Like this. So then that really should be coming along here like this, right? Then that would be going here like this, right? So I'm creating a new thing according to the new vanishing point that I created. So here's how you do a top-down perspective walk according to that, right? Very quick. I'm not going to spend all time working that out. I'm going to stick to animation. You want to draw with perspective boxes and have 3-point perspective, 2-point perspective, 1-point perspective is where it all comes out from. 1 point, all like this, and then you say, here you go, right? Everything, all of the trees are going this way. Everything's all going this way, right? There's the fences, there's the garden fence, right? There's the railroad, right, coming forward, right? This is really scribbly, this is really quick. I'm not talking about it. So as I said to Cameron, we need to have a nice video for that. So I'm not going to work out the perspective of the top down. I'm just going to draw from imagination because I want to keep this quick. Let's just keep this really simple. Let's just have our character walking. Now, the reason why you need to learn about anatomy is, okay, let's say that we are in a contact pose, right? So we're going to have a bit of twist and torque on the body, right? So this is going to be going this way, the bottom half is going to be going this way, and the top half is going to be going this way, right? So we've got a leg coming here like this, and we've got another leg coming here like that, right? So let's just say that that's our line, right? So actually then we need to change, we need to have him kind of more like this, and his head will be more like this, right? So then this arm is going to be this way, and this arm is going to be that way, right? So let's just say that that's our one of our key positions, right? So then we're going to do the other one. So see how easy this is, right? So this is going to be turning this way, and I'm going to be getting a lot cleaner as I do it. This could be another exercise in the training library. So all of the things that I'm doing here, I'm using principles that I teach in Real Animator Training Walk Cycle. We're just doing the basic walk cycle, right? So we've got this here, right? Then we've got this arm coming here like this. This walk cycle is now Mage Burger. Mage Burger meaning business, right? Mage Burger's in the chat. This is him, right? This is him saying, why you little, you, I'm gonna, right? So he's walking forward like that, right? So now what we need to do is I'm just gonna copy this one. Let me add another little pose there like that. We need to add another frame so we can cycle it, right? So now I've got to find my midpoints. Well, how are we doing for time here, right? We are 1 hour 31. By the way, stingy people, if you're liking this stream and you know it's giving you value, click on the link in the description and give me a donation, right? So we're gonna add something in the middle, right, like that. And we're going to add another, we're going to be doing the pass position, right? So we're going to be having, his leg is going to be coming in the middle, here like this, and his hip is going to be slightly to the side. Actually, my bad, right? What will happen on the pass position is he'll be going in a circle like this, right? So we're going to have him going a little bit to the side on the pass position here, right? As his hip kind of straightens there like that, but we got a little bit of the hip work going on there, and then this leg will be moving forward, right, raising that, right, like this, and he needs to be a bit higher like this, and his arm, we can have his arms by the side like that. Obviously I'll need to clean this stuff up, right? So we can already see a bit of a circular action going on there, right? Let's do it the other side, right? So we'll have this side, right? He needs to be higher. So I would like him to be taller in the pass position, but as I'm doing this all as quickly as possible, I'll probably have to revise that. So this hip is going to be pushed out to the side, and his foot's going to be here, while this one is going to be raised like this. So we got something like this. Bum, bum, bum. There we go. Now we've got like a nice, can we see the circular? Everybody's looking at the feet, right? The feet are for the amateurs. The feet are for the amateurs. Anybody can animate feet stepping. Don't kid yourself. Next time you look at somebody doing a course, look at the arcs. I want you to notice the body is moving in a circle here. Can you see that? Right? Thank you very much. Right? I've just kind of told you more than your like 80k degree at CalArts would. Right? So I can't guarantee that, but judging by the work coming out of CalArts students, I pretty much can. Right? So this comes around like that. Bump, 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 bump. Right? So now we're going to add a bit of texture and weight, right? So we're going to throw in what we call a down position, right? So I'm going to have to really bring the hips, think about the hip box, right? Coming here like this. I'm going to kind of have that knee. So I'm really exaggerating the bend on that knee. This is what we call the standard walk in A&B Real Animator Training, right? And then we're going to as we're doing that, I'm going to rotate the body even more because it's Mage Burger looking like he wants to kill someone, right? Why yoda? Right, so his arm is coming and this arm is going more back. Right, actually, I think I might move that arm more because I'm working fast. I'm exaggerating this, right? I just want to speed through it, right? So we've got a down position here, right? Now I'm going to do the other down position, right? So let's have that leg coming down on itself, right? But it's got the hip is going to be rotated like that. So this one is a little bit more easier to see. As he comes down, we're going to rotate this arm more to this side. Have a little bit of the other arm coming out the back. Let's see what's happening to that circular head of the arc there. So we're coming down there. We're getting what we call the figure 8 arc now. I want you to watch his head, right? You were doing a figure of 8 arc. Can you see the figure of 8 arc happening there? That's how all this works, right? There's still one more frame to do, right? Let me just make my camera a bit bigger. There we go. We want to actually see the walk. So I'm going to delete all these other camera frames. See, the software slows me down, people, right? So, right. So there's a little bit more left to do. There's one more frame to tie this all together. I should have used a thinner pen because it's rough. It's a little too scraggly, but hopefully it'll convey what we need to convey. Now this pose is pretty much just like this is what we call the up pose, right? So, but we're gonna have this here like that, and we're gonna swing that leg up like that. Bum 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 bum. There we go. You see, adding that nice step in there. So the thing is you notice how I'm dealing with simple shapes, and if I drew the perspective correctly, you see the body mechanics are ingrained in me through what is taught in real animator training, right? So all of these basic aspects to the walk, right? So now we're gonna have this come back. We're gonna bring this a little higher, right like that. Bum 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 bum. Actually, no, an error on my part. We want this here. We want this here. All right. Bum bum bum. Yeah, perfect. Right. And this one will come back on itself. Right. And this will move in. So I very quickly roughed out a cycle, right? And I'm going to loop it for you a little bit of what a top-down walk would look like. So let me just take these and these, this and this. Come on, I'm pressing shift now. Edit copy panels, edit paste panels, edit paste panels, edit paste panels, right? So here's a very quick bare-boned top-down perspective walk, right? Not very, see, now I can draw over that if I was so entitled to, right? And I know that everything is, everything's working as it should, really. It just needs to be drawn on top, which is why it's so important to learn hopefully this illustrates to you why animation and drawing are one and the same, but also two very different things, right? I have basically been talking to you about drawing and anatomy and foreshortening and all that with these examples, and here you've just watched me create a very good movement from a difficult angle. But it's, yes, I've drawn it with simple shapes, but it's getting that movement to actually work requires a science and a skill in itself, and the rules of animation, the 12 laws of animation, right? We've got everything going on here. It's not just a basic walk. It's got some determination. It's got some personality to it, right? That's why I said imagine like Mage Burger saying, why I oughta, you ugly little blighter, I'm gonna, it looks like he's, so we've got the 6 laws of movement. We've got timing, arcing, slowing in, slowing out going on in there. We got follow through, overlap, and drag. We haven't got in much solid drawing going on in there, but I think that I can just draw on top of it and make it solid. But the stream has to keep moving, so I'm not going to do that right now. We're going to have squash and stretch in there. We're going to have the 6 laws of, we've got pose to pose and straight ahead going on there. We've got the 6 laws of life as well. We've got squash and stretch. We've got primary and secondary action. We've got appeal, exaggeration, and staging, all going on anticipation even, but with the steps that he's taking, the down step, the overswing of the follow through, overlap, and drag would also have him anticipating the next step because it's exaggerated. So we've got subtle anticipation in there, but it's all been done effortlessly while I'm talking to you on a stream, right? So a lot of you people that just watch anime and you like to draw anime and you get a kick out of how it looks, don't understand that actual animation is not just about a nice drawing. Right, you gotta get these things moving properly, moving correctly. And again, to Black Belt Jones, you see, I'm dealing with skeleton here. I'm not dealing with muscles, right? I'm understanding how the bones move. This is why in the Real Animator Training Library, I don't have a muscle archive. I have a skeleton archive, because most people don't bother with the skeleton. And through my personal experience, it's the skeleton that really teaches you, because you understand how everything moves, how everything twists, and the muscles have to go where the bones go, right? They have to. Why is it so hard to draw feral animals, and why is it hard to give them floppy ears? Because you're unfamiliar with them. You might think you're familiar with them, but how familiar are you with their anatomy, and how familiar are you with them with various different styles of drawing with them? A lot of people just like to draw in the one style, and they've spent their life drawing in that one style, and you're limited. You're in a box, So the more familiar you get with something, so you understand the real thing, then you look at the way various people have drawn that real thing. So you understand the muscles, how various people have tackled that problem, so for example, the old He-Man cartoons, the way they used to do muscles to create the illusion of muscle is they would simply just have a basic leg shape like this, right? But then they would put a rectus femoris with a patella tendon there like that, right? And then they would have a little bit on the other side, right? And then have a little bit of a line there, and then suddenly you've got your muscular He-Man limb, right? So again, they would just have that shape. Now, a lot of people like to teach this, but this is deception, right? Because what if you really wanted to take your drawings further than just drawing in this basic style? So again, here they would have the rib cage, right? And then they would just plant the muscles on top, they would say, okay. And this is the way a lot of comic book artists like to draw, right? And then they use the shadow of that to create the illusion of detail, right? Right, where they know where the shadows is going to go. They might have a little bit of the serratus showing through there, you know. So again, some of you could say, well, what does it matter? If it looks good, it looks good. Yes, fine. If that's the way you want to live your life, who am I to tell you otherwise? But real animator training is about moving forward, growing, becoming better. If you're happy where you are, if you're happy just doing things that look the same for the rest of your life, then great. But for me, the whole thing, knowledge for me is not power, right? Right? Knowledge is potential. Right? You know, acting on the knowledge is power. Right? That's what it is. That's essentially what it is. It's an ancient Egyptian god, Mageburger. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in the group because Frilled Mayfly is here. We've been having a lot of interaction with the YouTube community, but now we're going to go back and look, and Frilled Mayfly is on YouTube right now. There's a quick shout out to Renata. Sometimes she's on my stream, sometimes she's not. What I like about both, I'm going to talk about Dylan again and Renata. What I like about Dylan and Renata, look at all this writing. I can't read it all right now, but look at the amount of effort and thought that Renata is very young, by the way. She's an adult, but she's a very young adult. And I'm very impressed. She's working very hard to create her own projects. And I can really tell where her influences are from and who she's been learning from. But it's really good. She's taking the bull by the horns. And I really particularly like this sheet, Renata. I would say, you know, if you're going to do these colored images, it might be nice to push the shadows a little bit more. To dramatize, like he's got this sharp beak. How would, if the light's coming from above him, let me just drag that image on the other screen right now. So if I was going to make a quick sketch of Renata's character, right? Let's just say, right, I'm not going to do too much of it. But what I'm doing, I'm drawing it a little bit in to illustrate a point, right? So you've got this awesome head hair, Renata, right? With these nice muscular shoulders, right? And the anatomy's coming away from the back and the chest is out here. Now, you've got to cast shadow here, right? Coming here, but imagine if the light was coming down and we could see that beak kind of contouring a little bit, you know, on his chest, right? Play with that a little bit, really heavy, and the light's coming from the top, so maybe there'll be a little bit more, but we don't see that. You've kind of hidden that away, so there'll be more light at the bottom here like this. So really play with these shadows, you know. Actually that would be completely cast under that, so all of that would be in blackness, right? So all of this area here would be a big dramatic black shadow, right? And that would kind of, it will help sell the drama, because this is a very dramatic pose. I love this pose. And I feel the color is very suggestive, but it's soft. You can have the soft light, but the shadows don't do much to the drama of the pose. So maybe think about making your shadows speak with drama. But I'm giving a shout out to Renata here and to Dylan Draws, because they're working really hard on their own projects. If we scroll up here, there's Amberleys. I love this. Brittany Goddard, these are strong drawings. I know this film so well. This is when he was giving the ring to Lady Galadriel. This is when he was listening to Sam and Merry and Pippin when they lied to him. And this is when he was with Sam and he was very weak because they were with Gollum. I love this film. I don't care what anybody says, and I can remember these particular expressions. Great work, Brittany. So where's Dylan's work? Dylan and Kevin Silver, actually. But Kevin Silver takes some... See, all right. Before we talk about Dylan, I don't know who posted this here. Amylation Julio. You see how you've really spoiled your work. You've obviously done some course on animal walking, because you've got this nice roll on the things, but look how you've just used software and just made that head bob up and down without really drawing it. And look how stiff how stiff it looks. There's no little sway in the head, no little figure of eight movement, no little... There is, I can tell that there's potential that there is, but a little bit of side to side, even if slightly exaggerated, if it's just going up and down on the same plane, there's no point in drawing your... I don't care. I can guess who you've learned this from, and I don't care if it goes against what he says, right? I believe that what I'm saying is more beneficial for you. There's no point in drawing the legs and working hard at that if you're going to spoil it by just cutting out a head and doing that, just sliding it up and down. Draw the head. Try and change the angle of the head a little bit. Have it level, have it go up. Have it level back, have it go up. You could have put some squash, some bounce and follow through and overlap in the cartoon cheeks and the whiskers and the ears. It's how to kill your work, which is what, a lot of people are doing things in AI. So this is a great post, by the way, because it shows that you're learning and you're trying to improve yourself. But I strongly advise to anybody to not use cutout, to draw, and to move things properly. All right? Cutout is now going the way of AI. AI can do cutout 10,000 times better than any mouse pushing moron, right? Pick up your pencil and draw. Use the power that's within you to create real art, real animation. So Dylan Draws, I'm absolutely loving these, Dylan. These are really awesome. Dylan is working on his own project and he's designing these characters, and these characters feel like something out of the late 70s, early 80s kind of French stroke Japanese collaborations. Really loving that. So keep it up, Dylan. Dylan's actually going ahead and making his own project. Very inspiring stuff. I showed Travis's work earlier in that regard, and I'm going to be showing Dylan's, Renata's, and Kevin Silver, who's chugging away at his things here. Now, Kevin, one suggestion I could say to you on this is when you want to do a group shot, you've got like your characters, they are kind of staggered a little bit, but it's neither here nor there. So there's your horizon line, and there's a little bit. So maybe, you could have them curled. You could have one character in front, another character behind, another character here, and then a big guy at the back here like this. So think about your composition when you're doing that. It doesn't have to always be you could change the shape, you could have it there like this. And again, just by doing this little grid, right, you don't even have to be accurate with the perspective. You can go and change. So you could say you could have one person standing here with the hands on the hips, right? Another person standing behind like this. Then this guy could be out in the front again, right? With his arms folded like the big guy here like this. He could be out in the front, right? You could have someone way at the back here like this, So you want to think about your placement of the people together and how they look together. Because what I can see what you've done here, Kevin Silver, is you've definitely worked at trying to make them individual nice poses, but they don't necessarily work together, right? So that's why it might be nice to think, how can we have these guys working together, right? It's a really sweet drawing. Actually, individually, I can tell that you've really improved at your drawing, You're kind of getting more three-dimensional. Things are looking less flat. But what kind of spoils it a little bit and what makes it a little bit flat is also not just the individual pose, is how they are all together in the same line, right? So hopefully that's something that you can think about when you move forward, Kevin Silver, is your placement of your characters on the stage, right? So that's why, if you remember even in the intermediate archive, I didn't talk about drawing. I didn't talk about perspective drawing because, again, that's a whole ball game. You need to fill sketch pads with just 2-point perspective, 1-point perspective, and 3-point perspective. Buy 3 sketch pads and fill them and learn. There are actually probably lots of really good YouTube videos with people talking about perspective, I'll bet. Because it's a technical thing to draw. It doesn't necessarily require, most of them draw cubes. It doesn't necessarily require too much skill when you've learned how to do that kind of draw in accordance to those grids. So there's probably hundreds of people on YouTube telling you about that information. But you'll remember, Kevin Silver, that my workaround was I use and I still do work like this. I like eyeball things. I eyeball things, and this isn't the ideal way to do it, but it's a good way to plan stuff out, right? So I eyeball things, and I say, okay, here's my grid. There's I shouldn't be drawing in this red, come on. So if you remember way back, Kevin Silver, we did this, and this is what Cameron's relying on too much, and I think it's time for Cameron to move away from this, because when you don't have the general eye, the experienced eye, you're not gonna be the best judge, right? But you can go in here and you can say, okay, well, there's my door, right, and so I'm planning a set. I'm not necessarily drawing everything correctly, but I'm planning, okay, we've got a table here, right? And we've got like a couple of chairs here. So I'm not thinking about the accuracy of the perspective because my head's in planning stage, right? I'm in planning stage. So you can do that to just plan your little composition like this. You don't need to, but actually this kind of 2 vanishing points is very easy as well. So it's up to you, right? It's all good stuff, right? It's all there to help you guys out. Okay, let's switch back to the group. Now we're going to look at Frilled Mayfly's acting scene. Now I could get my stream flagged for this, and if I do, I'll have to delete it and edit it out which means we will lose the chat. See you, Red Fox, when I do that, if I get a flag. So Frilled Mayfly started an animation on character acting, and she's got the top and the bottom. So let's have a little look at this.
Illustrious HHM, just to plant the palace. You have no idea what's going on. You're a teensy tiny man in a teensy weensy little bubble. Oh, don't you fucking old Jimmy me. You look down on me, you pity me. Walk away, that's right, Howard. You know why I didn't take the job? Cause it's you. So, I don't care about it. It's nothing to me. It's a bacterium. I travel in worlds you can't even imagine. You can't conceive of what I'm capable of. I'm so far beyond you. I'm like a god in human clothing. Lightning bolts shoot from my fingertips.
Right, so I'm not going to play the sound again, but that looks really, yeah, double mic might help with it not getting flagged. That's looking really good, Frilled Mayfly. It looks like you're using the shot for shot. Let me check. You're using... Shut up, you scum. God, excuse me. Let me take that away. Goodness me. Unfortunately, I should have put your video on loop. Let's put that on loop. Loop. Okay, so we won't get that. Excuse me. I hate those ads, even though I pay and use ads myself. All right. So here you've got this angle. I'm not watching the acting at the moment, so you're keeping it on the front angle instead of looking at the back, the rear view. So you're not using that. So I'm just looking at storyboarding continuity here. Okay, so we're cutting to this guy here. So in this shot, you really need to be careful on where he is in relation to the other character, Frilled Mayfly. Because he kind of looks really isolated in this shot. It doesn't necessarily cut. Your angle doesn't necessarily, like, you could have the other guy in the foreground and move him more to the left a bit. So we have something like this. So he's pointing with his finger, and then the other guy is here, right? Then he would have to be bigger, right? So the size relation and where the two are together is very important. I mean, these are thumbnails at the moment, but it's like you gotta kind of, so when we cut from this to this, he just kind of pops in there, and this guy is not big enough in the foreground. So either you can have this guy walking towards him, or standing a little bit further away from him, or introduce him in this shot, or be tighter. If you wanna do a mid shot like this, then I'm not sure you can be that, you got to think about the space the other guy is. So you got some nice poses here, really nice poses, and I understand why you want this angle, but you have to think about the geography between him and the other guy, right? And where he's facing, because sometimes it looks like he's looking directly at the screen, but he's actually talking to somebody who is directly in front of him. But from the camera point of view, okay, so here's our guys. Here's the 180 degree line. We're looking at him from this point of view. So he's going to be looking off camera there. So he can't be looking directly at us, right? He can't be looking directly at us because our camera is here and he's looking at the guy directly in front of him. So you need to maybe think in a little map how far apart these two are, so you don't run into any problems when you start to draw it in and animate it, right? So this is what I teach in the professional archive in my storyboarding course. So there we see, so that cut needs work. See now here, obviously you got the over the shoulder and you've kind of got a down angle on him, which is a nice angle, but then obviously you need to be careful as he's animating. We don't change that angle unless it's intentional, right? Okay, so it's really nice acting what you're doing, but we really do need to think about him in relation to the other character. So it's good if you would have kept this as an overlay or pasted that in or drew that in on every frame, so we can stay with that and not forget that. Okay, so that's good. I get it. Now I get it. I thought you crossed the line. No, we watch him cross the line. So that's really nice. He walks past him. That's really, really good. As he walks past him, he's now behind. But now, so I don't understand this. So this guy must walk forward past him then. Because now we're cutting, we can't really cut to that. That really kind of breaks. So, because he's screen left now. He's screen left, right? And now from the same angle, we're looking at him screen right. So you're doing a reverse cut. You're doing a reverse cut, but it kind of throws you a little bit off because he's screen right now. Okay? So what you really should be doing is you should not be looking at the live action because you've changed it from the live action. So if the other guy's back is to him here like this, right? Let's say that the other guy's back is here, right? And he's here. Right? Let's all give them my hairdo, right? He's here. He'll need to be, let's just make this guy a little bit smaller so that reads a bit better, right? Let's say that that's that, right? So he's screen right, he's screen left. You don't want to be funny with the camera. You've already crossed the line, right? So let's do our little diagram of the line. So our guys were here, right? But then he walked past him here, right? So what happened is our camera was looking there and our camera rotated here, right? So now he's here. So now he's no longer on this side of the screen. He's on this side of the screen, right? So when we cut, we cannot suddenly start to switch over to this line here, right? And start putting the camera on this side here like this, right? We need to stay on this side of the line and cut and cut to this shot here. So we see what we'll see on the next shot is we'll keep this guy here, right? So let's have him like this, right? And let's have this guy here like this. And he's using this arm, right? So it's a reverse angle, but he is still screen left and he is still screen right, right? So he's still screen right and he's still screen left. So that we kind of don't lose our geography. He's behind him, right? And he's still behind him, right? So we don't lose our geography. And you need to, when you cut, you need to be different enough with the angle so it doesn't look like a jump cut. you know, sudden reverse angles are harsh and they don't necessarily read. A lot of, you know, young fools who play video games have kind of taken their mentality into the film industry without learning about editing, and they think it's edgy and they think it's good to cross the line all the time. But then I feel they use that excuse because they don't really fucking know about the line. They maybe have an idea about the line, but they just don't know. And that's why films are so disorientated, so amateur today. Honestly, if you actually, it's like if you're a chef, like my mother is a great Indian cook. She cannot eat Indian restaurant food. It's vomit inducing to her. The average Joe thinks that's good Indian food. It's a vomit inducing to her. And to me, because I was grown up eating her food. So I never go to Indian restaurants. They just don't understand. It is not even 25% like real Indian food, what you get in a Western Indian restaurant. So why am I talking about that? I'm talking about when somebody who understands the rules of filmmaking watches the way some of the stuff is edited today, it's embarrassing, right? So let's understand the rules before we start breaking them. So let's understand about the line. So here, this kind of thing looks like the guy's walked in front of him in the same shot, right? Maybe he has, I don't know. Has he walked in front of him? Okay, frilled male fly, because I'm kind of confused. If your character, if it isn't a reverse cut and this guy turns around and physically walks in front of him in the same shot, then it's perfect. You don't need to change anything, right? You've got a bit of movement on that guy, so I'm guessing that might be what you're doing. So if that's what you're doing, then it's fine. If he walks in front, if he walks in front of him and you play with the depth of field, then that's great, right? So don't change that. But if you do a cut and you're trying to do a cut from the other side, then it doesn't work. And take on board what I said. It's not clear to me, okay? It's confusing. It's disorientating, this rough edit. But you know what you're doing. Yeah, okay, so is he walking away from him? So I don't know. You need to be clear on that, right? It's a cut, I'll fix it. Okay, good, right. So he needs to be, so all of this should be what we call flopped. Just flop it, reverse it on the other side, and you're fine. Right, so I feel, Frilled Mayfly, that the acting is all fun, it's all over the top, it's very you. So I'm not going to talk about the animation because I'm just going to let you get on with that. I think I've kind of helped you more than just talking about the animation there with the edit. So it's looking good. It's looking good. It's looking really good. So that's it for the group. Now we've done 2 hours 13. Am I going to do a little animation challenge where I'll ask you to select a character and I will animate that for the next half of the show. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk about. So those of you that are listening, select a character, I will Google it and I will animate it, right? Give me a list of a character that you would like to see me animate and I'll spend the next hour doing a head turn or something with it. And that's what we'll do because I need a nice thumbnail for the stream that'll induce people to come and say, oh, I want to see that, right? And then they'll actually get some real wisdom from this stuff. So I'm going to give you time to select your character because I'm going to talk about my sponsor, which is me, right? So once again, if you're watching my streams and you're really feeling you're getting value from what it is I'm doing, and I've helped you a lot in the past, and you want to say thank you, or you want to buy me a drink, a virtual drink, then click on the link in the description and donate to me, for heaven's sake. Right, so that said, we're going to talk about Real Animator Training Library while you're suggesting your characters. But before I do that, this group is free. So we've got 4,000 members in this group. It's on Facebook. It's called Real Animator Growth, Development and Progress. And anybody can join. Library members like to join. If you'd like free access to 9 members of the training library, just go to the featured section. Click on the link in the description and copy the password. Click on the link. Paste that in. And you will be taken to this called Real Animator Training Preliminaries. It gives you a free 9 free archives from the training library. You get 3 from the Basics archive. You get 2 from the Anatomy archive. You get 1 from the Intermediate archive. You get 1 from the Random Lectures archive. And you get 2 from the Edutainment archives. So this is free. It's a free gift to those of you who join this group. So this is that's the first thing. So go join that at no cost to yourself. You don't even need to give me an email address. You get the free gift simply for joining this group. Right, so that's that. Now let's talk about the Real Animator Training Library. If you go to my website and click on Real Animator Training Library, you click join, you'll be taken to 2 options. You've got training archives and edutainment archives. Edutainment archives are much like the stream you're watching today. You're watching quick fire hints and tips, answering questions. Sometimes we do more concentrated studies. One of the best edutainment archives we have is the Anime Sakuga Actions and Effects Breakdown archive. So in this archive, you watch me basically reanimate while pausing the image live. I reanimate and redraw. I don't change anything. I make studies from a anime fight scene, and I tell you all of the things that I'm observing and learning from it while I'm doing it. So you can watch me doing that with this particular anime fight scene. I not only do that with this fight scene, I also do it with special effects like effects animation. So we learn about explosions, we learn about smoke, we learn about water, we learn about fire. So you get to watch me reanimate some of your most epic, famous anime scenes and explain to you how it works and the things I see. So you get to watch all this water effect. Some of you might recognize it. This is from Akira, right? So you get to see me pause the video, make sketches from what I consider to be the keyframes, and then explain to you how that's working. So the price of this archive is literally the price of a pair of decent trainers, fashionable trainers. So you can either wear a pair of fashionable trainers and impress your mates, or you can really learn about something that you claim you care about, right? So that's the kind of stuff that you'll get in what we call edutainment. So it's not follow along, it's not step by step, right? So I've said here, these informal live stream sessions are packed full of information and value that won't be found in many established courses or degrees, and you're getting it for the price of some branded sports shoes, right? If you go to the training archives, it's a little bit different.
Joined by training library.
So you can get them in bundles or you can study. So let's look at the Basics archive right now. Now, you watched me literally create this cycle within minutes, right? I was very, very fast. It's very, very rough. You watch me create this cycle of a walk from top. Somebody in the audience said, animate a walk from top down, right? Animate a walk from top down. So we did that. Now, how was I able to do that, right? Well, in my Basics archive, I take you through a series of exercises, starting with bouncing balls to swinging pendulums, But when we look at the basic walk cycle, I really do make you masters of the walk cycle. I have you learning the hips and the legs first. I then have you learning the torso and the head. And then I have you learning the arms and the timing. And we do that for 6 different cycles. So you do 2 types of walks, right? And then you do a run cycle, a jogging cycle, sorry, and a run cycle. So after the run cycle, you then learn it from the front angle, right? So face on. Again, separated into 4 videos. So that's 24 different videos dedicated to the walk cycle. That's going to ensure your mastery of the walk cycle. You then move on to head turns and stuff like that. So eventually, you know, you'll end up creating cycles like this with the knowledge that you learn, right? All drawn in, but it's all the same stuff. She's doing little walks, right? So what starts off as something very simple eventually becomes something very complex, or seemingly complex. So similarly, in the intermediate archive, you move on to what we call flower sac study. So with flower sac study, you learn. Let's just watch this video for a little bit. You learn all about laws like anticipation, squash and stretch. You learn about how to put life and personality, how to do follow through, overlap, and drag, how to get a primary and secondary action, acting, using all of the things that you learned from the basic archive. You start to work with this flower sac model in this archive. So that's, you got, and then you move on to quadrupeds. You have different kinds of, so the same thing we do with the human walk cycles we do with animals. We've got 4 different videos, one for the front legs, one for the back legs, one for the body, one for the head, and we do like let me see, we do a walk, we do a trot, we do a canter, we do a gallop, we do a single suspension gallop and a double suspension gallop. So you work through the various aspects, but with a quadruped. So you're going to learn more. And in the advanced archive, you're going to learn all that. You're going to combine all of that, but you're going to start putting things on model. So, for example, you've got a 15-part video series on turning around a human character, creating a solid human turnaround character. You learn how to do that. You even learn about a little bit about the superficial muscle groups. You also do that with a head. Okay, we learn how to keep a face solid, put it on model. You learn how to do that. You also learn about dialogue, dope sheets, exposure sheets, all those kind of things. And some of you will recognize this piece of dialogue here. So you do a little dialogue course, which of course ended up looking like this. Again, cleaned up by one of my members. You also learn how to do advanced quadruped action. So you learn how to combine all of the things you did and put attitude and personality into quadruped walks. You also learn about how to manage complex shape, like complexity, and simplify it with all these peacock eyes, with this peacock character, right? So there's a lot to do in the advanced archive when it comes to putting it all together. The anatomy archive, we focus on the human skeleton. So we talked all about anatomy earlier, but here you've got like everything in different groups. You've got the shoulder, so we've got videos learning all about the scapula bone, the clavicle, the humerus, the scapular belt we call it. You then move on to the thoracic cage. You learn all about the thoracic cage. You then move on to the spine, right? The 3 sections of the spine. You then move on to the pelvis, right? So all these various videos that you will do to study and improve your anatomy. The femur bone, like the legs, the patella, the knee, the elbow, right? How the arms works, how the legs work, the bones of the wrist and hand, right? All these various videos just for the bones of the wrist and the bones of the hand, the bones of the foot, okay? You're going to animate foot articulation and learn about how those bones work, right? The cranium and skull bones, all the various different parts of the face you're going to piece together, and you're going to do a 360 turnaround of the skull to guarantee that you have an understanding of it. So basically that is there's so much. I'm building a new archive at the moment called the Professional Archive, and that's where we're focusing on storyboards. So for example, when we were talking, I was talking to Frilled Mayfly about her thing. I've got a video here that's an hour and 20 minutes on editing and continuity, right? And then we've got a video on communicating a story to the audience, camera angles and shots, camera moves and transitions, background sets and props, shot composition, mood lighting, color. And I've already got 11 videos where you're watching me create a whole storyboard of an animated intro. It's like a music video. So this archive is being built at the moment. You can get it for a early bird price, which is going to change when the next batch of lectures come on. So it's at a very low price at the moment. So I could go on, but I feel I've said enough now. That's the Real Animator Training Library, the world's best learning resource in the craft of hand-drawn animation. Those of you who are serious about pursuing animation in the face of AI, pursuing art, understanding that's who you are, you'll never change, that's what you want to do, that's what you want to be for the rest of your life. You love drawing, you love animating, you want to bring your visions to life. You're not concerned with typing into a machine and asking for some generic looking, shiny AI looking thing. You want your hand-drawn characters breathing, living, doing whatever you tell them to do. Join the Real Animator Training Library. Transform yourself into the animator that you've always wanted to be. Alright, so that is that. Let me get rid of that now. So let's see some of your suggestions in the chat. So I asked if you wanted to see me animate a character. I'll do a quick animation from it. Itachi Uchiha. I've done a lot of anime. I mean, I'll have a look. Itachi Uchiha. What is this character? Okay, it's another Naruto. I'm a bit sick and tired of Naruto. You saw I animated a whole. So maybe we'll do that on another day. Frodo from the 80s. That's interesting. Yubaba the evil witch from Spirited Away. I like that. What about animating Wart? Black Belt Jones, if I'm going to do Wart, I'm going to dedicate an entire stream to that. That is possibly my favorite hand-drawn animated film for character animation. Mr. Bean, oh God, that awful, I turned down a job on that. I've gotten a few of the hacks, UK hacks that have worked on that, done at Richard Purdom Productions and then taken to another studio to be symbol cutout 2D symbol animated. Oh no, Mage Birder, I don't think I've got too much baggage attached to that awful project. I don't think I'll ever want to draw that. But thanks for the suggestion. Arthur from The Sword in the Stone, that's who Wart is. Dima from Metropolis. I like Metropolis. Let's have a look. Dima Metropolis. Oh yeah, I like that. But I think Yubaba would be more interesting for the stream. I've been wanting to improve my perspective for a while. I will learn. Shigo from Kim Possible. I actually like Kim Possible's designs, but I don't know who Shigo is. Shigo Kim Possible. Okay, yeah, that's that character. I think at the moment I'm liking Yubaba. I've never drawn any of these. SpongeBob, nah. I mean, I like it to be a little bit of a challenge. Scooby-Doo, oh Scooby-Doo. God, I always hated that show. My mom loved that show, and when I was a kid, she would record it on VHS and play it over to me, and I'd be like, I don't want to watch this. I want to see some Ghostbusters and some He-Man. Which I did, of course. Michael from the... Now, Black Belt Jones, you're speaking my language, but if I'm going to do those characters, I'm going to want to make some frame-by-frame studies, because they is animated by the masters. Fred Flintstone. I'll just need to draw one drawing and just change the mouth shapes. Correcting my question, you said to master pose to pose before going to frame-by-frame hand-drawn animation. Okay, no, I didn't say frame by frame. Some people call hand-drawn animation frame by frame. Listen, pose to pose and straight ahead. I know what you mean by frame by frame. Straight ahead means where you animate one frame after another frame after another frame after another frame, and it's all coming out, right? But my thing is that it's a good idea that you understand the hierarchy of pose to pose animation. Because sometimes even when you want to work a movement out, you'll know which is your key poses, what are your main poses that tell that story, right? So that's what I mean. I mean, you've got to learn about keyframes, extreme frames, just like when you go back and when you watch me do this walk, okay? When you watch me do this walk, I didn't do it, I did it pose to pose, right? I did the first two contact positions, then I broke them down by doing the passing position. So those were the three extremes. And then I put in the down, which is a breakdown, or I put in the pass position, which is a key, and I put in the down, which is a breakdown, and I put in the down, which is another break, and the up, which is a breakdown. So none of this is in between. It's all extremes, keys, breakdowns, and breakdowns, right? So if you go back and watch this video and watch the order in which I did things, because I'm going to delete this in a minute. So the extremes, we'll just write extremes, right, like that. They were the contact positions. They were the first, like the foot on the ground. They were the extremes, right? Then I had a key pose, which was the pass position. The pass pose, right? So that was the middle, in the one in between, where one leg was off the ground and he was walking like that, right? Then I had the two breakdown poses, right? The breakdown poses between the key and the extreme were the down pose, where he kind of bent his knee and bent down, and the up pose, where he swinged his leg up before putting it down, right? So go back and understand that. So basically, that's how you tell a story, right? You got your beginning, your end. These are the extremes. You got your key pose, which is the middle, right? That's your key. What goes in between the extremes. And then what makes the story interesting, is the arc of the story. The story arc is the breakdowns, right? So you need to really get good at identifying extremes or keys and breakdowns, because, sometimes you'll have a massive arc, you'll have an interesting arc like this, and this is the extreme, this is the extreme, but this is also an extreme, this is an up point, and this is an extreme low point, right? But then the key, you'd be like, I'll anticipate before I go this way, right? So I've changed the arc by putting a key here, right? So we're anticipating, right? But then maybe, as he anticipates, he arcs down this way, so then this will be the breakdown between here and here, right? So it's how you tell the story, right? Which is Oh no. Here I am explaining. Okay, let me do this again. All right. I'll do this again. I was talking and the screen, I forgot to switch screens. That's why I need an assistant, right? So basically, you got your beginning and you've got your end, right? These are extreme poses. The beginning and the end, right? Your middle is the key, right? That's your key pose, right? That's your key, right? Extreme, extreme, right? And in the middle of those, you've got your breakdowns, right? So let's take a journey of a simple arc, right? So let's say you want to get from here to here and you've got a massive arc here like this, right? Those are your extremes. But you could say, well, there's an extreme up point and I might want to make the arc interesting and I'll have an extreme down point. So these are all my extremes, right? Now, you could call them keys, but then you'll be a fool, because you don't really understand the laws of animation. So you could say, well, hang on, I want to anticipate the movement before I go here, so I'm going to put an anticipation here. So that becomes a keyframe, and then I'm going to go there. But then you could say, okay, well, how do I get from there? That's a bit boring. Why don't I arc around and loop around here like this? So that'll be my breakdown. That'll be my key, right? So to get from here to here, this extreme to this extreme, I've added an anticipation key. And I've added a nice arc. So I've changed the nature of my arc now with the keys and the breakdowns, right? Then you could say, right, well, I want to do an overshoot before he comes over there. So I'm going to add another key here to get to this point, right? And we don't need to be anything, we could go straight down, but let's just go around about here. Let's break down here. Let's change the arc here with the breakdown here like this, right? So then we get to this extreme. Let's then have him like have some secondary actions. So he's gonna overshoot, right? And then he's gonna overshoot here, right? And then he's gonna come back here, right? And he's gonna realize where he's going. So we're gonna have two keys here, right? This is our secondary action, right? He could overshoot and then he could like start panting and stop for breath, right? And stop here. So two more keys. Then we want to finally get here. So we're going to put a breakdown here and we're going to put in another, we could put in another slow in key there and then whatever. Or you could just keep it simple and put in a breakdown there, right? So now our arc becomes this, right? Simply because I've kind of lost. Yeah, our arc becomes this, right? Simply because we've now told the story with keys and breakdowns between the extreme points of the. So pose to pose animation is simply having extreme poses. So the pose at the start and end point, like when you saw me do this walk cycle, we had the two contact poses, this and this, right? Then I put in a key pose, which was the pass position in between. And then between the extreme and the key, I put in the breakdown, which is the down. And between this key and this extreme, I put in the breakdown, which is the up, right? So that's how we told that story, right? So when you go back and look at it, you'll see how that works, right? Okay, so I'm going to delete all of this, and I think I'm going to just jump in and do a quick, what are we doing, 2 hours, 38 minutes. I reckon I can do it in under an hour. Let's draw and animate you, Baba. You, Baba, from Spirited Away, I think that is. Question, is there ever a practical reason to do full straight ahead character? Yes, I find myself often animating in straight ahead more so than ever now. I might go back and apply pose-to-pose mentality in it in order to tie it down, lock it down, and make it more precise and put control into it. But the more and more pose-to-pose and straight ahead are a combination. It's neither this nor that. They're two laws. They're the duality. They're the yin-yang of the one, of the whole, right? So the more masterful at animation you become, the more effortless, the more autotelic the process is, where it just happens. See, as I'm doing these live streams and you watch me, I'm not doing anything. It's doing it all by itself, and I'm a witness to everything. I'm a witness to my hand, which is possessed through all of this knowledge that I've programmed the machine into doing all of these things, that I no longer need to worry. I can just sit back and talk and get like a sports commentator, comment on what I'm watching myself do, right? And that's when straight ahead animation becomes seamless, and you can piss out amazing work when you achieve true mastery of the craft. And this all you do it through just repetition and power. Okay, sorry guys about that, you can't see the screen. Yeah, I love old classic Disney films too, Black Belt Jones, that's why you're watching me here. Horrid Henry, I've worked on that show. Let me just draw you, I don't want to animate him. I never animated, I worked as a storyboard artist. I was one of the main board artists for seasons 2 and 3. Let me see if I remember this guy, right? I drew him in my own way, I Disneyfied him, right? So he looks something like this. But Horrid Henry is partly responsible for my decline in drawing when I was in the industry. I stopped drawing like a Disney guy and I started drawing like a British. So he would have this, his model for his hair, he would have like, you would then do all this stuff around him, like. So he's very illustrative. So I spent 2 to 3 years of my life storyboarding this show. He's not 100% a model. He'd have I've got some old Horrid Henry storyboards on my computer. Actually, I might do a stream. Let's have him thinking to himself. Then he'd have something like that. Yeah, there you go. That was and he was just like drawing pipes. So I would literally just draw pipes when, like, so I would put little rings around him, and then you put the little seam of his trousers, right? And then you'd have a simple shape like this for his shoe, right? So actually doing this, storyboarding this show, that's where I started to develop really bad habits as a draftsman, because it looked great. It looked great for the show, but I spent 2 years of my life drawing like this, and I wasn't drawing anything else, right? So I'd just be like drawing this character in all these positions, and they were better drawings than most of the other storyboard artists. But again, you know, it's all relative. It's all like, you know, it's just simple shapes being dressed up, right? So he would be looking back on himself like that. So that's the Horrid Henry character. We had so many other fun characters in there. I can't remember the evil girl went something like this. Moody Margaret. So she had a round ear like this, and I think God, I remember it like it was yesterday. So many years have passed since then. But Yeah, I remember this show. I always tried to, like, I haven't done it here, but I always tried to make Moody Margaret pretty. That was my challenge. I haven't done it here because I'm just trying to remember. I'm trying to remember the drawing. Right. Okay, so dude, I loved Scooby-Doo. Raggy! Zoinks! Zoinks! Like Scoob! Hey! I remember. God, I used to hate that show. I remember seeing your storyboard and wishing it was... Yeah, Horrid Henry was a 2D show, but it was animated in China by a company called Sandman. And they were told to religiously stick to my storyboard drawings. The creator of Horrid Henry, Linda, she was the writer, so she wasn't my boss. She absolutely loved my storyboards. She was involved with the live action film of Horrid Henry, and I got a phone call personally from her. So I never, like, when you do a series like that, you work with a studio, and the studio deal with the creators. I was just one of the artists, and this was a highlight of my career, because I got a personal phone call from the creator saying, listen, we'd really love you to do some storyboards for the live action film. But I was busy doing Jungle Junction for Disney Junior, and Jungle Junction is not a nice looking show at all. So I couldn't do that, but that was really cool. She really loved my boards, and she really wanted me involved with the live action movie. And the memories, Horrid Henry. I've been married 12 years now. That was about 12 years ago, 11 years ago I was working on that show. Right, okay, You Baba just makes me think of Frilled Mayfly. You Baba model sheet. Let's see if we've got any model sheets of You Baba. Yes, we have. Okay, that's interesting. That's really interesting. So I'm going to try and do something with this character. Ooh, we've got lots of good material here. Let's do a quick You Baba. Right. Can we see the screen? Right. Goodness me. I don't want to start this and we can't see the screen. Yes, we can. All right. Okay. I've got a lot of good material here to make a nice You Baba scene. So let's quickly block something out and see how fast. Let's take a note of the time. The time we've got stream time of 2:47. I want to see what I can do in an hour. Right. So let's do a You Baba rotation shot. Okay. Let's have an angle of You Baba here, like this. Right. So she'll be there like that. Then, so I'm doing this in a pose to pose way at the moment. I'm figuring out what I want to do. Right. Then we're gonna have You Baba continuing her run. Right, so we're gonna move that about there. Maybe have that a little bit smaller. Boom, boom, like that. And what I'm gonna do, which will make this a lot more interesting, is I'm gonna, let's duplicate that. Let's make this one a little bit bigger, like this. So she's running away from us, but then we catch up with her. I always try to be overly ambitious with this stuff. Then we're gonna go into the side of Yubaba's head. Like this. Right. So this one here. I'm doing a bit of pose to pose and straight ahead. I'm doing things a little bit on the fly. Right. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. Yeah. So we're going to have her head here like this. Then we're going to have her turn towards us. Let's go under her nose like this. Bum, bum. Then we will pull out again to the front view of Yubaba. Okay, so this is not going to be in between, but it's going to be a nice little string of animation of Yubaba where the camera is going to be watching her kind of moving away from us, right? And then coming and rotating around to her face, right? So this, for example, so my revision is this needs to arc more, right? So you see how the changing of that makes a nicer arc of motion. So before I start drawing, I'm thinking about the arc. Man, I'm watching my character and loving that. Yeah. Sorry. Right, let me just do that. Otherwise, I won't be able to concentrate because this character is based on my wife and I've dressed her in a certain way and I need to focus on the stream. Right, okay. Let's begin. Fight. Good luck on finding an assistant. Okay, there we go. Let me, like, the stream delay is not. There we are. Okay, right. So I'm going to just yellow all these in. Yubaba Frilled Mayfly. When she was doing her Red Riding Hood project, she was talking about Yubaba. That's why I always make that connection. Right. So let me now do a little bit of blind drawing here. Right. So we've got the shape. Right. Coming here like this. And we've got the arm. Actually, the arm should not be there. So let's start that again. The hand is back here. The sleeve is here. The bow. This is getting me familiar with the model and the shapes of the character. Right. So literally, this is a great way to practice animation, actually. Is you can use the model sheets and you will learn model and you can play with drawings that already exist on the model sheet, which you can try to create your own animation based around the model, right? So I'm learning the model in a fun, creative way, right? I'm looking at the model and I'm animating my own scene out of just specific existing poses that exist in the model sheet, and I will make changes, but if I have to, but I won't necessarily. Okay, so this is interesting. So we see a little bit of her face here. It's really small on the screen, and I don't want to blow it up because I want to be fast with this animation. I'm feeling pretty confident that I'm going to knock it out really quickly. And hopefully I'll encourage you people that when you learn from the right resources, nudge nudge, hint hint, you'll see that hand-drawn animation doesn't take as long as you think it does. And you can really start creating, just like Travis and Life Fantasy and Frilled Mayfly and now Kevin Silver and Dylan Draws. You can start working and creating your own projects and realistically seeing some light at the end of the tunnel, that it can be done. You can make your own little stuff, right? So this is a nice gestural kind of image, actually. So we've got her running on the ground. I could literally make that up myself, but I'm just looking at the moment. Okay, so there she is. She's running from back view. Possibly made her head a bit big, but we're gonna keep that, right? So I'm gonna play now. I'm gonna use these same shapes and I'm gonna change the angle, right? So I'm not necessarily 100% going to keep looking at the screen, right? Because that's gonna slightly slow me down, and I'm slightly changing the angle of the character. So I'm looking at the shapes that I've got, and I don't need to look at the screen now, so I can change that angle a bit. Right. We'll have that come there like that. This should be smaller, not bigger. And I can play around and create more follow through, overlap and drag with the skirt. Right. So I'm going to put in the bow hair. And I'm just creating a little bit of a change in the angle on that hairstyle to give it a bit of dimension. So to the person who animated that cute cat walking, hopefully this can inspire you to see that we can change the angles. We don't need to see that. We can have that turning the other way like that. Okay, so that's enter that. Let's keep it nice and rough. Okay, so there's the floor there. So she's running there, right? That drawing I will worry about later. I'm gonna use this drawing, which is already given to me. So again, it's a very small drawing. So we've got the construction of the character like that. She's running and holding her That's all going behind. She's kind of hunched over like that. Right, so now we figure out the shape of her face. It's like a big shape like that, and it comes in. Then this comes on the top. And we have this hair like that. Okay, right, that'll do. So let's start again with a more drawn in version. Okay, so let's look at her eye. Now it's small here, so I'm going to quite see all the wrinkles, but we're gonna try. Right. I have the head coming down like that, and the nose comes into this part. There, like that. With the mouth, it's like this. Chin there. There we go. Again, this is the, you see, so all of the anatomy, the zygomatic, the jaw, the maxilla, the nasal cavity, all of that exists, right? So again, the anatomy really helps you just find yourself, right? So she's got a big earring, that's her ear lobe there actually. It's quite vague, that line, it's quite small for me to see, I can't see, so I'm just gonna fudge it and put the hairline there like that. There we go. I'm gonna come up, come straight down like that. 2, 3, 2, 3. Let's make it a little bit floppier like that, and we got some lines on there like this. And the head, the ball on the head, right? So now she has her sleeve, which is gonna be this shape, and her arm like that. So once I've got this pose, I can go back and do the key pose. So I've used a mixture of keys and breakdowns. What's her color? I think she's got some kind of neck piece here. You see another image of her. I can't quite make it out. Let's just do that. There we go. And we'll have the back of the dress come up and away like that. And she's holding her dress as she runs. It's kind of cute actually. With a big bow on the back. I'm just making up those frills rather than trying to copy them exact. Right, there we go. So we've now got the dun 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 dun. Right, I am going to move that down a bit and put that there. Right, that's more like it. Right, so then this pose, I've got to kind of work out this particular angle of the character here, right? So her arm is going to be here, right? and her dress is gonna be here. Right. And her head and her nose and her hair and everything is gonna be here. It's gonna be smaller obviously, but that's the angle we want. Let's look at the arc. Let's move it more forward. Okay, so this is a difficult drawing that I'm gonna have to make up because there's very few references I can use for this. And I'm gonna see that's a good view of the character. Perfect. So I'm going to turn off that light box and I'm going to go between here and here, here and here, right? So I'm going to have the head shape come up here like this and utilize the model of the head. So I'm literally moving this big massive shape and we see it as a head and our brain communicates it that it's a head. It's just a nice big shape. The secret science of shape simplification. So we've got her ear, which exists here. I may need to make this smaller, but it doesn't matter, it'll all relate. Her zygomatic bone is here like this, and her chin and her eye. Actually this is off, so this comes this way like this. So her eye exists here and her zygomatic chin is here, and her, let's do the structure of the face before we do the hair. This comes back and the nose comes out. We see the underside of the nose like that. So I'm just looking at this and I will tie it in with my animation when I am able to bring it together. So that's going to be smaller. It's going to be about there. Okay. Yep. It's going to be about there. Pum, pum, pum. Let's turn that on. Let's see the arc of that circle. Circle come there like that. Come there like that. So I've got to manage these arcs as well. It's not just a case of copying a drawing, right? And I'm also learning a little bit more about the model as I'm looking at these other images. She's got these, I don't know what they're called. You always see those women, old maids and things with in those old films with those things. Alright, so she's going to be holding that. We want to look at that and this. We'll have the bow tie like this. Triangle comes here like this. I'll have to do if I was gonna be animating this properly, I would do a separate pass on the ruffles of her dress. But as it stands, this is good enough. Right, okay. We're going to do this drawing once more because I've kind of got the information I need. Okay, so we're gonna this remote control on the Cintiq, which presses the keyboard shortcuts, is very unsatisfying. I'm bashing it to try and move from one frame to the next. That's why animating on paper is still the most superior way to animate. You just simply flip the paper without the annoyance of the malfunction of the machine, which simply can't keep up with the speed of my drawing. That'll do. Right, so that goes like that. Right. Now we gotta really think about this. We gotta make the back of that hair work with this image. There we go. Let's use this one. Let's go hair. How are we doing in the chat? I'll look at some of your comments in a minute. I'm burning through this pretty nicely, so let's get this eye right. I want to get the eye right. And we got the perfect. Yeah, that's all we need. There we go. Sorted, solved. Right, she's got these. So this drawing I've used some of the model and I've had to make it up. The angle of the head, so she's running. Let's make it a little bit more dramatic than that. Let's have that start there like this. Make that big. Let's have that arc. So I'm working on the arc now. Yeah. Right, okay. So now we're gonna go straight back to our Yubaba profile, which was this one here. I don't have a close-up of it, so I'll just have to go again. So it's like a triangle like this, right? And off the nasal bone. I'm really gonna focus on the face. Right. Nasal bone, the eye, like that. The chin comes down, the ear, is covered by the hair there, side of the hair. That's good enough. I'm going to check the time, how I'm doing on this stream. Don't quite know what that is, but we're going to Keep that there like that. There, that'll do. Right. Okay. Right. Let me have a look at the live stream. I don't know. I like Astro Boy, yes. Okay. So, how are we doing? 3 hours, 14 minutes. Not bad. He's got to sleep. I think it was Baba Yaga. Yes, you're right. The Scandinavian chicken, you are correct. Thank you, Grayson. I think I'm going to go. Okay. This is a question that isn't meant to rile you up or anything, but for anyone with 3D art experience that learn anatomy, how do you view drawing over well-sculpted 3D figures for your direct reference? The question stems from the work of drawing frames versus rendering. I don't know about rendering. I think modeling is very good. If you model, it doesn't matter. If you're being malleable, whether it's with a 3D computer or with a whether it's with a 3D computer or with a putty or clay, if you're getting a good understanding of the dimension of those muscles, it doesn't matter what medium. Obviously, I like drawing, and if you're drawing and we're watching the stream because we draw, right? But if you are, I have used 3D computer graphics to help me learn anatomy, actually, because I would rather be able to see a bone rotation than look at some, I don't care how good the old school draftsman was, he's just got some pretty flat face-on poses of the muscles and bones, and it's difficult to visualize. So I like to look at science videos where they talk about the muscles and bones, and look at those videos and watch and pause them as they're rotating the 3D model, and as I pause them and play them frame by frame, I can watch how the computer is deforming those muscles, because I don't have access to a real human anatomy like a real dead person, I guess, dead, living real live dead muscles, right? So I have no objection. That won't rile me up. I think a lot of people don't understand my mentality. When I talk about the fake artists and the mouse pushing morons, that doesn't mean everybody that uses a computer and does 3D graphics is a mouse. The modelers, the people who bone and skin the character, the things, the people who build the models, who do the texture maps, they've all got amazing skills. They're all very talented. I'm talking purely about the meathead animators, right? The people who just literally, let all the wind dynamics, let all the light dynamics and all the muscle dynamics and all the pre-programmed follow through and overlap do all that. They just simply move and bounce the character around in these crude manners, and they believe themselves to be really, really high-grade animators. I'm not talking about, there's even good 3D computer animators as well. So it's important to understand that I'm not a hater, but I'm very much, I will call things how I see them, right? So if the majority of people who work in this medium haven't learned all these things, the average person who builds a computer model of a human figure, he will be very well schooled in anatomy. Very well schooled in anatomy. So I have the utmost respect for their knowledge, right? He's learned anatomy to build a great model of a human body, right? Whereas the animator hasn't even learned about the 12 laws of animation properly. They've just learned a few simple bouncing in and out of poses, and they have no passion for the history of animation, for the teachings that the 9 old men left behind. They just film themselves, and put their character and are more concerned with the curve editor and the spline and all that kind of stuff. These people are the half-assed people. There are some animators who use 3D graphics who are extremely interested, particularly creature animators for live-action creature films. So it's important we understand the kind of so-called animators that I'm demeaning and undermining and calling them out for being mouse-pushing morons, right? That doesn't mean everybody that works in there are creature animators that work in 3D that would, if it came to animating a creature, I wouldn't know the first thing, because they've been doing that all their life. They know, they understand, they're very well versed in lifelike movement, and I've got the utmost respect for those guys. I'm talking about these bullshit Pixar guys, right? These Pixar, these so-called modern cartoon animators, right? I don't know the first thing about cartooning. Absolutely, maybe they know about cartooning as per today's standards, right? But if it was back in the day where they had to draw the animation frame by frame, they wouldn't even get a look in. They wouldn't even be invited into the door. They don't know anything. All they know how to do is just film themselves, copy the poses, and throw in the generic crap, having a tantrum acting, that interchangeable acting that all those cartoons use. We'll wiggle the head and raise an eyebrow and put our hands on our hips, and suddenly our character's alive. Bull fucking shit. Absolute bile. Absolute bile. But no, you haven't got me riled up. You've actually allowed me to clarify something about the respect that I have for real CGI or 3D animators, because there are many of them out there, right? Okay, so we've got this here. Right now we are going to switch to a... Okay, that was an angle view. We're going to have... I'm just working this out. This will come. I have no idea about what's around her neck. I've only seen the film once or twice. It's not one of my favorite animes. It's actually, for me, the most boring Miyazaki movie there is. Okay, so we're almost there, right? So let's get a super fat pen and let's be super fast about this. So great question. Awesome. That's what I like. This place is, as I said, I try to keep everything as real and honest as I can. So you be real and honest too, just ask away. Nothing is off limits. We're having conversation as best we can. I get it. I'm just reading and I'm doing the talking, right? But I'm trying to. I don't want it to be just a one-way chorus, right? You got something important to say or ask, we'll do it. We'll explore it. Right. Nice. Experimentation of the nose there. So here I've taken a number of images of the model sheet, and I've played and created my own little animation out of them. And what that's actually done is it's enabled me to have a nice understanding of this character, right? It's something that you all can try. We don't really see the ear. I'm gonna have to kind of figure that out like that. See, I get a fatter pen, I get more ground covered that way. There we go. Bum, bum, bum. Perfect. Let's see what else is happening in the chat. There's nothing wrong. Like, so Stageline says when he sees animators animating in the chat, there's nothing wrong acting. So Stageline's comment, if you want to know what he really says, read it. But Stageline, there's nothing wrong with actually there's nothing wrong with acting out your scene, right? But it's just a springboard, it's a reference, right? But my problem with those guys is when they're doing the live action acting, they're not acting like a real like with sincerity. They're literally starting to become that generic character. Why on earth even bother, you know, trying to film yourself if you're just going to do the same old generic shit? You know, it's a superfluous pretense, you know. And I feel sorry for them because they really feel that they're doing something really creative. It's literally what they're doing is like unless like you listen to the sound of every fart you do with real attentiveness and really, you know, we all know when we've done an interesting fart because we laugh about it. But like most of them, it is, you know, just wind, like just noise and get on with it. You don't want people to know about it, right? It's embarrassing, right? So but these guys, that's what their animation. They're pretty much farting out the same old shit over and over again. They really feel they really feel they're putting their heart and their soul into that acting. I mean, I pity them. Actually, I guess they've got to somehow have some subconscious coping mechanism, as if what they're doing is of any substance, as if it's any good, you know. It's just the same old, like you literally rinse and repeat. Now, AI is going to be trained on that kind of acting, that Pixar interchangeable acting where every character, you know, raises an eyebrow, wiggles his head, puts his hands on his hips or folds his arm, and you know, then throws a loud tantrum while throwing his fists behind his arms dead ramrod straight and trembling his head. It's awful stuff. It's interchangeable. Every character does it. So who needs anybody to do it anymore? Just ask AI. And that's the way it should be. Why should the money men be paying these buffoons to just keep on doing the same old shit? If the same old shit is what the people want to pay money for, good. It's a money-making business. There's no more art in it. It's a money-making business. So you gotta be reasonable and understand that. I mean, everybody tries to save money. When you go shopping, when you go looking for a plane ticket, you want to look for a deal, right? So then let's not be hypocritical and moan at the people making these films for using AI, because their artists are shit. They just do the same old shit. And the film business doesn't care, because that's how they make money, right? They just don't care. And arguably the audiences want the same old shit, because they talk with their wallets. Whatever they say, we want this, we want that, they all go and watch the same old shit. Sequel after sequel. Character. If anybody does anything original, the audience doesn't want to know, right? If I put my own character out there, I get less likes and shares and subscribe than if I just shove in a... That's partly why I'm doing this. This is going to make a thing. I'll put it on Twitter and it'll get more love than all of the real hard work that I've done. That's just the way it is. Audiences are like that. The rabble, the masses, the mainstream. So as artists, yes, we do have a bit of an elitist mindset, because we don't want to do that. We want to push ourselves and do something that expresses our own unique quality. It's not like this is, Okay, let me now look at the angle of that nose. The angle of that nose is pretty good. But I'm gonna push that down a bit, so we go down, then we go up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this and I know I was using the actual model, but I've used a model for this angle, and I want this nose to relate. So I'm going to tone it down slightly. Let's do that. Right. Perfect. That'll do. Secret science of shape simplification. There we go. Right. One drawing left. And then we'll throw in a few rough in-betweens. My favorite Studio Ghibli movie is Laputa Castle in the Sky. I've yet to see The Boy and the Heron. So that's another one that I'd like to see. The Boy and the Heron. But to be honest, I actually am more of a fan of Goro Miyazaki's. I mean, apart from Laputa Castle in the Sky, I do like Totoro. I think it's very sweet. Kiki's Delivery Service is a very nice, sweet story. But I personally really like Tales of Earthsea. I don't care what all the people who consider themselves anime aficionados, anime enthusiasts, and people who have really researched it. They're people who have basically sat down and watched, and I don't care how many people agree with them about the story being weak and this not being whatever and what evidence they look for. They haven't worked in film, they haven't been the head of a story on a movie, so quite frankly, piss off. I don't care what you have to say. I like the film. I personally prefer it to Princess Mononoke. I find Princess Mononoke a bit of a bore, to be honest with you. It's a good film, but I would take Tales of Earthsea over it any day. Yeah, so I like the Tales of Earthsea. I like Arietti as well. I thought Arietti was a very nice film. So it's just a matter of taste. So this is a huge shape like this. There we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put that there. That's right. Okay. How are we doing for time? 3:32. It almost did take me an hour to do it. What red pencil do you use for drawing? Okay. He's asked this question before. This is a Chromacolor or Prismacolor. English have Chromacolor. This is Prismacolor Kohl Erase red pencil. See, I will talk about those tools. I won't talk about software, but I'll talk about those tools. I've never heard of Nico Marlet. Again, Grayson, looking for an artist's work for inspiration is awesome. And I would certainly not try to tell you otherwise. But personally now, at my stage in my life, at the stage I am in my life, I really... There's so much stuff that when I research I will find it, but I'm more interested in just honing down and creating my own work rather than consuming. It's just super, super important to me, with the few years I have left on this earth, to, you know, I've spent a great, virtually half my, you know, more than half of my adult life on working on industry and other people's projects, and always looking at other people's stuff and thinking they're so special and I'll never be that, and I need to just be grateful about being part of their world, you know, and I should just do what I can and just die knowing that I managed to just be accepted by that machine. But now my mentality has changed. I've fallen in love with the artist within me, and I'm interested in putting out as much of my own content and as much of my own work, and sharing that as much as I can. And if I ever do come across new interesting things, it will be through the people who I'm connecting with, like you, and through these live streams. Like I liked anime, but I liked a very specific kind of anime. I wasn't actually much of a Ghibli fan. I liked Akira, Ghost in the Shell, Steam Boy. I like the anime designs for video games like Street Fighter and King of Fighters. But then as I've slowly been doing these streams and you guys have been requesting things from me, I've been kind of been receiving an education from you guys as well, because while I'm sharing with you these techniques and showing you, look, doesn't matter what style, as long as you learn these things, you can draw and animate in any style at the very highest. Like you're watching me doing Ghibli work while talking away on a live stream, right? And it's not a struggle for me at all, right? So while I'm helping you guys learn the secret power of hand-drawn animation, you guys have really given me an education into certain movies and projects and films. And like when I broke the whole Naruto thing down, I used to really look down on shows like Naruto. I still haven't seen it. I still haven't watched a single episode of it, and I don't think I ever could, to be honest with you. But within that show is some quality work. Somebody in the chat mentioned to me about a movie called Sword of the Stranger, like a fight in Sword of the Stranger. Some really good work that I've been introduced to by you guys. And that's when I'm exposed to new interesting stuff. But again, it's not stuff that I generally would still go away and watch, because I really do need to knuckle down and continue producing my work. So when I come out here on these live streams, I've had a little bit of a refresher in the Studio Ghibli style of drawing, right? Because I've been doing this animation of this character here. So let me just make that a little bit bigger, wider, like that. Right. So one thing I am going to do for the final frame is I'm going to be a little bit lazy, because I want it centered. I'm going to pull out and center that there, level that up. Yeah, how does that work? Right. So let's now anime was a mistake. We have the opposite opinion on Studio Ghibli movies, but that's okay. Of course it's okay. Stage line is off. So here we have this character running. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually change this even more. I'm gonna push this more like that. So I'm looking at what I'm doing as I'm doing that is I'm thinking about the arc of motion of the big final thing. You go to running away, and then we get into her like this. Now I'm gonna very quickly show you where I would put in some frames to get this really looking. So I would throw in some breakdown frames. We've got like 5 minutes, and I've got 5 minutes to do it, because I'm not really going to be doing anything anymore like drawing. The main drawing is done. I'm just going to be putting little kind of suggestions, right? Like this. So this I'm putting 2/3 along the way, because I'm doing something called you even do the law of slowing in and slowing out, right? We even do that when we're doing our breakdowns, because we're figuring out the arc. What kind of arc do I want to put into this? Right, so we're doing all of that stuff. Right, so we've got this. See how much easier it is when you got your keys and your breakdowns. Now I want to slow this down even more, so I'm going to shove another breakdown even in here. Right. So I'm going to put this on a half. Right. So the whole kind of body's on a half like this. So this is halfway between, right? So this is where the animation brain and the knowing of spacing, what they call spacing, which is again the law of slowing in and slowing out. Right, so we're going to do that. Right, I'm going to have that. I'm going to have that. But now I'm going to come out fast of that. So we're going to go like this. And we're going to push in between here and here. We're going to come in on 2/3. Right, so I'm going to be quick here. This is where this kind of thing, this is a very anime thing to do, but it's fine. I'm going to do that and put that there like that. Right. So we have something like this. Now this is where I'm really going to be doing the slowing. This is where the real kind of, so we're going to be putting a halfway. I've got to kind of start thinking about the shape of this nose. Right. And the eyes, which will kind of be leveling up. The mouth. So I'm just making a rough idea at the moment, right? So I'm not trying to, the face is going to be a little bit off because I'm just hurrying, because I want you to see the timing. So then I'm going to really linger on this face. I'm going to come in again and I'm going to do what we call a favor, right? Where we're going to get really close to it. And this needs to be done properly. We need to really slow down and draw properly here. But I'm just showing you the timing so you get a feel for how it'll work. It won't be fully in between, but it's enough, right, to give you an idea for what I had in my head for the timing, right? And I would give, if I was working in a studio with a budget, I would give this to a competent assistant and say, right, do that please. Right. Asked him what his graphic influences are. That's really good, Grayson, making contact. Okay, let's have a quick look. There's a few frames left to do. 3:47. We've just gone over the hour, but we can't stop. See, so can you see how now we're getting some timing into this thing, right? So we've now got an image of the character, like the camera moving around the character as she's running, right? And then in between these frames, right? So in between hair and hair, or in between, like, yeah, just between hair and hair, like. So if we really wanted to, I can pivot it this way to create the illusion of more running, right? So it comes like this, like into the down and into the up, right? So I believe that's enough. I don't really need to take it any further. We've got some nice little play, an hour's play with the Yubaba character, right? Nice camera move. The stuff that everybody thinks is so special and so hard to do. Actually, this is a lot harder, right? And again, I would post this on a social media. Some people would like it, and I appreciate that. But everybody knows knows what this is, and everybody will say, yeah. So we need to understand the difference between what really is good and what is just appealing to the rabble. How do you maintain the volume or consistency of a character if the camera rotates through 360 moving upwards? It's all the same, Analia. You simply need to understand form and volume and structure, that's all. Especially with a camera move. Camera move, camera move, there's so much changing here, but it just seems solid because the camera's moving and our brain is latching onto shapes. So we need to have a really good understanding of those shapes, which come back to, again, it comes back to anatomy. So this whole thing of her head, I'll go from memory, right? So I'll try and create a skull of her character, right? So she's got her eye sockets, and she's got a huge nasal bone, right? And then she's got a huge zygomatic bone and a small maxilla bone, right? And her jaw comes out like this, right? So I've tried to create a skull of the character. So I understand the human skull, so I'm creating that human skull based on now the character. So I drew the character enough to kind of be able to memorize from my head that the eyes will be on a slant like this, right? And the nose will be something like this, right? So the formula that everybody seeks, right? It simply is just something that exists in the understanding of human anatomy, which is why I'm always talking about it, because once you understand anatomy, you can simplify any shape you like, right? And it becomes quite simple, really, to understand other people. So again, the body, right? She's wearing a dress, but I would imagine that her body was like, you could draw a little bean like this, right? But if I was to imagine that, I'd imagine like, okay, the pelvis is there. She's an older person, so you can then think of all this as shapes and proportions. How many heads tall is she? Where's her waist, right? What's her, she's a bit of a humpback, so her arms are going to be forward. So again, it's understanding simple human anatomy, right? So if I was going to be doing so, I can very quickly come on a project like this, and I can start to just storyboard and draw on it as if I've been on it for ages, just from that little play, right? So the volume doesn't matter what character you're doing. You need to understand what something looks like from the side. What does a head look like from the side? Okay, zygomatic bone, maxilla bone, nasal bone, eye socket, frontal bone, zygomatic arch, right? Jawbone, right? So when you kind of draw this cartoon character like this, you understand what this represents. It represents the jawbone. You understand what this represents, the zygomatic bone, right? So that's how you maintain form and volume, the different planes of the face, right? This is simply the maxilla bone, right? So maintaining form and volume also means you gotta understand, like, let's say what your character looks like from the 3/4. Let's say it's somebody with proportions like this, right? So what do they look like from the side, right? It's understanding what this mass looks like from the side. Do they have a belly that comes in underneath, right? You got to work all this stuff out, and you got to understand then the shoulder blade comes here. So it's all simple shapes, but these simple shapes are going to be meaningless to you if they're going to only help you create your silly little digital illustrations, right? If you want to animate and maintain form and volume, you really have to know what goes in these shapes. So I can sit here and make a shape like this, right? I can sit here and make a shape like this, but then I need to know what goes in this shape and where. So that way I'm always like, so my subconscious does all the work. Maintaining form and volume is effortless because I understand where all this goes, right? What all this is, how this will deform. It's like building muscles. You're asking questions from above. Would it be the same? Of course it would, but it would all be in different ratio. What does a skull look like from the top, right? You got your two parietal bones, you got your nasal bone, right? And that's it. But then if you're doing a slight perspective down, you got your frontal bone, your nasal bone, your zygomatic bone, right? So then it's the same thing. You use those shapes and you keep them in ratio. But then it's understanding, okay, well, the trapezius comes behind here to the back of the neck. The chest will go in there, the abs will go in there, right? We'll see the knees there. So depends how you draw it. You have to understand that all you're doing is manipulating shapes. So this shape could potentially, just depending on where the camera is, it could just be this, it could just be this, it could just be this, and that shape can change into anything. Like a square can turn into a triangle, right? But you have to know how to cheat that transformation, and you have to know what goes in that square, right? It's almost like texture mapping, right? Okay, here's his body, right? And then here's where his big arms are gonna be on it, right? So that body exists within that, right? Even from this angle, the head, right? Donkey Kong or whatever, right? So it's just, you got to understand, drawing for animation is all about the secret science of shape simplification. You need to learn about manipulating shapes, and you need to learn form and structure, and above all, you need to keep doing. You need to keep working. You can't look for shortcuts. So shortcuts of copy and, like you saw when I was being quick, I just copy and pasted the same drawing and shrunk it down. You're missing an opportunity to build muscle, to build hand-eye coordination, to understand proportion. So everybody is hung up on this very simple thing of form and volume, because they have the wrong idea about animation. They believe animation, good animation, is just keeping form and volume. That's just maintaining cleanup. That's just like keeping solid drawing. There's no to get the movement right is where it's really at. To get all of those laws moving, to have nice arcs. Again, to have nice arcs, turn off your light box, watch the arc, watch how the shape is changing in space. If you have the light box on and you're looking at the drawing before and the drawing afterwards, how on earth can you look at what you're focus on the drawing that you're doing in the present? So again, people who just are the only people who you really use light boxes are people who do the in-between drawings. And if you're trying to create key drawings or extreme drawings, which are the drawings where really define the shape of what it is you're trying to do by using a light box, then you're never going to really get it, because you're not looking at that drawing and you're not watching how it's changing in relation to the other drawing through flipping backwards and forwards. So if you can't see, if something is moving in an arc like this and you're too busy trying to keep the drawing similar to the last drawing, you're losing volume because you're not keeping an eye on the arc of the whole shape. You're just looking at the eye and trying to make the eye move in relation to the other eye without watching what the whole shape is doing. So again, the secret to solid drawing in animation is the three basic fundamental principles of arcing, timing, slowing in and slowing out. Because sometimes you'll cheat the shape, and you'll do that with timing. You'll know when to change, do a surprise change up. The arc is also very important. What is the motion in order for you to maintain the volume on? How is that thing? What kind of motion? What's the arc that it's moving at? The overall shape, not the individual facial features or different parts. And slowing in and slowing out is a hint on where you're going to maintain that shape and when you don't have to maintain that shape, i.e. on the quick change ups, right? So hopefully that helps. Okay, so that is it. It's a 4-hour live stream. I haven't eaten anything as of yet, so I'm gonna go and have myself some. I'm gonna break my fast. I think the last time I ate yesterday would have been about. Oh, I had a bag of crisps at 1 a.m. in the morning, so not too bad. Yeah. Anyway, that's my problem. Okay. Remember, people, to keep it real. Paper is king. For those who are about to draw, I salute you. Do your work, not just your work and no more, but that little bit more for the lavishing's sake. That little bit more that's worth all the rest. And if you doubt, as you must, and if you suffer, as you must, do your work. Put your heart into it and the skies will clear, and then from your very doubt and your very suffering will be born the supreme joy of life. Thank you so much for joining me on this live stream today, people. The next live stream I will probably be continuing my professional lecture series for the Real Animator Training Library. Keep contributing work to the community. As and when I get the chance, I'll give it a look over like I did today. I really enjoyed doing this little Yubaba animation. Fun character, a very easy character, a lot easier than I thought. And I look forward to doing more demos for you on the next live stream. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.